are watching the Old Zealand, a minesweeper champion, the Dragon of Portugal, Vice Captain America, the world's fourth greatest forehead, and a geography semi-finalist at the World Championships, Zealand!
Here's my question. Why do they insist on doing it this early in the morning? I feel like it is some sort of competitive tactic that they have adopted, and that is why I must do it this. Anyways.
Nah, seriously, I'm totally fine, chat. I'm fine. I didn't drag myself out of my bed with, like, hooks and pulleys, you know. I'd hire a group of Teamsters to get me into my chair. Cool Halo, thank you so much for the 7 months. Farah, thank you for the 5. Sander, thank you for the 6. Musharak, thank you for the 4. Jordan, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Welcome, guys, to the Hammers. someone in your time zone, I've been up for already 3 hours. I know, and I respect people that do that. But making videos and stuff, you generally stay awake in the other direction. We're fine. Is this an Icelandic shirt? It's a knockoff Icelandic shirt I bought in Iceland before the 2018 World Cup, so that's cool. Captain Haas, thank you so much for the 3 months. Torchlight Live, thank you for the Prime. Starting to think of a new FM save. Who should I do it on? With? Who should you do an FM save with is definitely the question. And the answer is... Wales. Hello, YouTube. Let's get to it, shall we, YouTube? You doing well? Doing well? Okay. Doing well? We now... Hold on. I'm going to join the call. I can do this.
If we just take every player they've got. They must have some Spenzies.
They're going to get a load of money, though, aren't they? They're going to end up with loads of money.
Who's ending up with a lot of money?
They have already signed Gabriel Barbosa, after all.
Tottenham are going to end up with loads of money because they're going to sell everyone.
They're selling everyone really cheap, though.
How are you, Mr. Cannon? It's early.
Yeah, I'm good. No, I for some reason I woke up on the wrong side of the sleep cycle, but I'm okay.
Oh, God.
I made it.
Be aware, Zealand, next week we're all showing off a new pair of shoes, so you probably need to get some new shoes for next week's stream.
You get some
I haven't bought a new pair of shoes
This
in
feels like an opportunity then.
decades.
For next week's shoes stream.
Oh,
That
yeah,
doesn't sound true.
That's a good idea. Actually. If Nike do want to send us all some shoes for free,
Yeah, we'll take them.
that'd be great if they're watching.
You
or
mean
any
you mean
shoe
Nike?
company.
So
No, I mean Nike. But I
mean, I'll
your...
call them whatever they want to be called if I get some free shoes.
that's that. There you go. That's the mindset. So I did realize I forgot to tell everybody I'd be getting on at 9 a.m. So I think I've surprised the people.
Oh, well, that's good though. That's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
It's a surprise, you know.
Ah, Zealand's there.
That was more shock than surprise.
I'm playing the part of Zealand's chat.
If I could just get you to say that one time, Kev, it's some sort of convention or meeting or get what. Whoa, there's Sealand. Then yeah, I'll be very happy if that's the case.
Well, if you're going to TwitchCon in Amsterdam, I'll say it there.
Awesome, I am.
Well, I'll make sure that you take me by surprise at some point. You probably will, because I rarely pay attention to what's going on around me.
Good. Okay, I need to join the squad stream before somebody gets on me for
Zealand, can pigeons fly across the Atlantic?
Question of the day.
that. Oh, for
Oh, you might, I don't know. You strike me as the kind of person who might own a racing pigeon and have had it fly across the
Pigeons in
Atlantic.
America? Pigeons. I feel like pigeons are a very British bird.
No, pigeons are absolutely. I mean, in New York,
Pigeons
come
are
on.
absolutely everywhere.
In New York?
Z goes and feeds all the pigeons in the parks around New
I
York.
do.
They're under his command.
I buy 2 loaves of bread, one for me and one for the pigeons every time I go shopping.
Someone has told me that they study birds for a living, and the pigeons can, they just won't. So we have to train a pigeon.
There's a pigeon that flew from the United States to Australia, an 8,000-mile Pacific Ocean crossing.
I left for less than 40 seconds.
When will you learn?
And I've come back and you're back on this.
It's really important
back?
I establish what's happening.
Yeah, they were talking about it already.
I thought
talking about it.
I thought he saved this for when I
I don't know.
Well, no, Ben didn't know the answer, Z. That's why I came to you. You were the next resort. It's like when you go and ask mum an answer to a question. She goes, go ask your dad, and then you come along.
Stream announcement, by the way. The squad stream is live.
Hooray!
Hey!
So I realised I'm really killing Zealand because he's the one that watches our streams most out of anyone. So.
Yeah, it is true. That's actually No, I absolutely tune in.
Yeah, sad.
Well, it's great for when I've already hit continue. You know, you can drop into the.
That's true. So never then.
Well, sparingly. Just be glad that I'm as slow as I am, or else I'll be watching your streams more.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I'd rather. Well, actually, no. Sorry, no, I'm not co-signing that. Be quicker. I'm not saying yes.
I almost got away with it too if it wasn't for these meddling kids. Unbelievable.
Well, we fell out at the end of last stream, so I think people are terrified that we are no longer friends.
Are they actually?
They hate each other.
Do we actually hate each other? No. No.
Yes.
I only hate people that have won more than 5 showdowns. So, you know.
Harsh but fair.
You do the maths.
I just hate people.
I won't retaliate with the obvious comeback to that statement.
At least I've won 2 show. At least I've won a showdown, which is what Zed would say. Then I would say, haha, yes. And then I say, yeah, but I created the tournament and masterminded the entire thing. And Zed said, well, I was there at the original meeting. And then I say, were you? And then we laugh, and then we move on.
Yeah, no, I that's actually.
Yeah.
That's exactly what would have happened if I'd done that. Excellently, well executed. That was just brilliant. Yeah.
This happened a few times, so I knew where we were going.
Yeah. What are we doing? No, I'll save that for when maybe it feels new. Oh right, I'm selling somebody for. Yeah. I'm selling a Rezo for 60 million. What?
Do we all have the same moment where we all think, oh, I forgot I was doing all of this? Because I've just had that with about 6 players. I've gone, oh yeah.
I've just had my row with Pablo Fornals trying to convince him to leave.
Oh,
he doesn't want to
last. On behalf of me, I hope. Lovely stuff.
Oh, so you did make. I remember that was the decision you had to make. Are you going to sell Pablo Fornals?
I've tried to convince him to leave. I've had to say very cruel things to him, and he's still not keen.
Well,
so I might end up keeping him, but him really not liking me anymore. Which seems like the worst case scenario.
That qualifies as the worst case scenario. Yes. And we are, of course, chat, waiting. We are waiting for the Champions League to tick over, which would be great. Blahars, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, by the way. Torchlight Live, thank you for the Prime. Cool Halo, thank you for the 7. Captain Haas, thank you for the 3. Blahars, you've made 5 people's days. That makes you cool. Rockcoin, thank you for the 6 months. Buzzy Gamer, thanks for the Prime. Welcome to the Hammers. Luke Blank, thank you for the 17. Brinflow, thank you for the Prime. Bradley Edwards with a big 4 months. Paige with the 3. Blood Wake just gifted a sub. Anime Wow. Big Anime Wow energy there. Words. I have 8 people out with the flu in December. Well, that's not, seasonal flus. They really get you. See, I haven't been able to watch like 2 weeks. I have been having withdrawals, but Beefheads, you are here. Consider your withdrawals cured.
I don't have to ask Zealand about a hot tub network game stream. I don't think that's happening. That seems unlikely.
No, we were discussing people that I should do a hot tub stream with as part of my expanding OnlyFans brand. And I said,
I'll be a part of that.
I believe my official answer was if I ever end up in a hot tub with Kevin Chapman, because of course you were brought up first.
Obviously.
Yes, I think it's your extensive OnlyFans presence.
Absolutely.
Which you would understand. And I said, if I ever end up with Kevin Chapman in a hot tub, something has gone horribly wrong. So now there's a curiosity about what would go horribly wrong in order for me to end up in a hot tub with Kevin Chapman.
We find out in Amsterdam.
What happens in Amsterdam stays in Amsterdam.
You really
there we go.
Put me off that trip, and I really do appreciate it.
But you don't want to be in a hot tub with me in Zealand.
We're not going to.
If Ben is also in the hot tub, I'd find that funny because I know Ben would hate it more than me, so I get to just watch Ben's reaction to being in that hot tub.
I'd hide under the
rubber duck for
bubbles.
everybody.
Jack can confirm I'm a very loving, touchy-feely person in real life, so I would have absolutely no issue.
Very touchy-feely.
Not very.
And that would
very
have
good
what
fun.
exactly to do with being in a hot
Very.
tub with Kevin?
Well, what I'm saying is you inferred I'd be uncomfortable. In fact, if anything, I would overly enjoy it, and that would be a problem. So.
You are very touchy-feely, though.
No, I'm
aren't
just
you?
friendly. Just friendly. It's just like I like. Do you know what, Jack? We do a job in a career that's not particularly human contact friendly, or it doesn't happen very often, does it? So when I meet people in real life, I want them to know that I care about them and love them on a friendship level.
Oh, I thought we had something special.
It's not weird.
Well, me and Ben bumped into a network game fan in the wild.
No. Tell the story properly.
Oh, okay. Come on. I need to hear this.
We were going into a pub.
Yeah.
We were looking for a seat at a pub. And so comes up to Ben and goes, Dr. Benji, can I have a photo?
Honestly, one of the best. best
I will
moment of our
say,
weekend.
didn't notice me. I was stood behind Ben, so I wasn't hard to spot.
That's very
you're so
insulting.
short.
It's true, though.
His ego was radiating around me, though, viewers, so you can obviously see that. Jesus Christ.
So you got a picture
I'm
with
getting in
Ben.
the picture as
and
well.
Well, no, I let them have their
it's-
photo together.
No, you didn't. Right, I was there, and you're telling the story wrong. So can I please do the story
You
as it
had your
actually
photo
happened?
together, and then we had a photo with the three of us.
What actually happened was he ran over. He went, Benji, mate, can I get a picture? I went.
Is this not
he
what I said?
He went, I love the videos. I went, I don't make videos, and which obviously I do. It was just I thought I'd throw him off early.
Good test.
And then as he's about to get a picture, he went, can I get a picture? I went, yeah, of course you can. Oh, by the way, I turned to my right. Were the spaces to my right, not behind me, to my right.
I was behind him.
No, you weren't. He went, yeah, well, I love the network game. I go, oh, he wish it was Kevin. He wishes it was Kevin.
Yeah, he did wish it was Kevin. He whispered in my ear that
Then we took a three-way picture outside a pub in London, a pub that we weren't able to get into.
Didn't get into. We should have asked the guy for the table that he had.
So Blanco's in my chat. He was there. Was my version Blanco correct, or was Jack's make-believe version correct? I mean,
But I think my version was correct.
Yeah.
Someone said, how's Ben getting recognized? This happens to us probably more than you would like. Than
I'm
you would think
incredibly popular.
Yeah.
I know. Sorry, I
Happened
know.
to me at the
The big
Euros.
dog
It's weird.
these days.
It's not weird. It's flattering. It's nice. Like, I don't
it's
mind people
nice,
coming
yeah.
up to me, like
I could
in
find
the
a
right
picture if you want.
environment.
No, I think it's always cool because we're not famous enough
But
that
if
it would
someone
ever
comes
get
up to me in
annoying.
the bathroom, then it's
Yeah.
going to be
Oh,
awkward.
well,
Like,
depends on where in the bathroom. I
wait
think.
for me outside the bathroom if you want to do that. If you spot me.
Don't wait for
less
me outside
weird.
any bathrooms, thank you.
As if I've got the picture here. I hope let me remember the fella's name. I hope Jacob doesn't mind me sharing this with the group. But as you can see, me and Jacob are happily taking a picture, and then out of nowhere, we're at the space. Barges in.
Are you showing this on
left-hand
your
side.
stream?
Yeah. So as you can see, me and Jacob are already pals, and then Jack bursts in like, "Oh yeah, I'll be in
You've
the
got a
picture."
Jack puppet.
Yeah, in a way, Kev. That's what I've
Maybe it
had for
was
years.
a puppet. Wait, can you bring it? I was too slow, Ben. Can you
Sorry,
show
yeah.
it again, please? Just
Yeah, that's us there. And as you can see, you've
Is
only
this
got one person's full frame
Yeah.
in focus there. That'd be me. So
It's not. You know what? I was very happy because I just won golf.
yeah, and I got to showcase my new gilet, so I was pretty happy.
did.
Really.
Excellent gilet.
I was gonna say, is that I would call that a vest? Is that what the gilet is?
I've
gilet,
never owned a
gilet.
gilet before.
Okay.
Oh, Ben, I can
You've
share
never
my
lived,
sub
Jack.
in.
I'm not sure you'd be able to rock a gilet quite like I rock a gilet. No, but,
I wore a vest last weekend.
Hi,
It
Jack.
felt really fancy.
Thank you for the.
That was it. Yeah, I wanted you to know that I'm copying your flow, word for word,
Thanks,
bar
mate.
for
Yeah.
bar.
I've never owned a gilet. Am I living life incorrectly?
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of wish I had my sunglasses on because, you know, they looked even cooler. But
Ah, yes.
That's why I wear my sunglasses
they're
everywhere.
in. Fortunately, I've got an Ellie who keeps them in her bag. So, and we just got off the tube as well, so it'd been awkward, be uncomfortable. Anyway, good times. Actually, no, we've just been indoors. Get it right then. Shout out to Norwich early on, by the way. Didn't offer enough money to Douglas Luiz, so that's £18 million I really wanted that I'm not going to get now. So great.
Ah.
Good start. Strong start.
Meanwhile,
Strong
Ben
start.
Sesko scored a hat trick against the Faroe Islands.
Oh,
So
God, he did.
we're off to a flyer.
Right, Douglas Luiz, we're going to have to have a secondary chat now, aren't we? You've let me down there.
Douglas. When was the last time you got recognized in public, Kev?
Probably the last time I left the house, Zealand.
How long ago was that? Also, that was like the worst possible answer to that question. It's like, well, the last time I left the house.
It does happen most times I go out. I'm a very popular man.
Clearly.
Plus, I walk around holding a massive camera, which avoids any confusion. I wonder if that's Kev. Oh, hang on. He's carrying a massive camera.
carrying a
It probably
massive
is.
You know what? I'm gonna hazard a guess that is Lelujo right there.
What's happened?
We're talking about the last time Kev got recognized in public, and he said probably the last time I left my house.
It's just not true, is it?
That was, that was his answer.
Although you did get recognised recently because you went to a football match with your own viewers. I suppose that really will make up the numbers.
So this is my first Z stream. I will say about the network game, since we don't get to hang out and talk that much, usually the first like 15 minutes will be us sitting here and talking, and then we kind of move. But
You're not necessarily wrong.
You didn't speak
Didn't
to
see
him.
him all afternoon. I
Wow, why
walked
do you
in with
hate
him.
him?
Why do you hate your viewers, Kev?
Why do you hate Fox in the
I couldn't
Box?
find him. I don't know where he went.
You can call him Foxy Small. That's unnecessary.
That is unnecessary.
That's just a low blow, really.
That's heightist. It's not funny.
Yo, Monkey, thank you so much for the Prime. Street Crash, thank you for the 16 months.
Oh, here we go
16, bloody Elsie.
Yep. I figured it was just 2, and I definitely... Oh, I don't have hotkeys. I'm on a new computer. Dang it.
Oh, new computer. What happened to the old computer?
Well, I got offered a new computer.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I know. And so I just took the new computer. I gave the old computer to my roommate because he'd never had like a desktop to game on. So that's fun.
I feel like I missed something there, but I'm back now. I haven't streamed for a week. I only stream this now, so I'm very much behind on the admin of streaming.
You didn't stream all week?
No, well, I was away from Friday to Monday, really. And I wasn't really in stream mode. And then Tuesday is the catching up on all the things I didn't do during the weekend. Then Wednesday rolled down and we had a quiz last night. So I had to do my YouTube video in the afternoon. And then today is Thursday and we're doing this. So there's no YouTube video again. So it's chaos at the moment.
You and your social life, you rascal.
I know. Me and Ellie went to see Hamilton. Me and Ellie went to see Hamilton. I did tell you this last week.
You did.
Oh, right. I remember this. I remember this.
Good point, actually. No, I forgot about that entirely. But the person that played Aaron Burr, which is a prominent member of the cast, was also in S Club Juniors, which was like a spin-off band of an already popular adult group, is he? And he's now 30, I would imagine. And I recognised him but couldn't figure out until afterwards. And I tweeted him saying he was fantastic, and he tweeted me saying thank you. So again, just making friends, really. Just having a great life.
You're basically in S Club Juniors now.
That would have been good, I think. But he was really good. He was really good.
So Ben, why did you block Douglas Luiz's transfer to Pachuca?
Well, I wanted it. No, well, I'll tell you why. Because he was going to Norwich for £18 million, and then they offered 6.5, and I think that's fair. Now we're agreeing 30 million's fine. So between me and Douglas Luiz, which probably means he'll be an Aston Villa player come September. But it's going well. It's going love transfers. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Bloody hell.
Oh.
So, will we make it to July today?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we will.
We have to.
We better. We absolutely have to.
I would like to make it to October.
I don't think we're going to make it that far.
I'd love to play a game today. That'd be nice.
Does anyone want to buy?
I'd love to play a game.
Does anyone want to buy Boris Nasiala off me?
I offered. I told you I'd take him. I'd take him. Yeah, I'd take that wage off your hands. That's it.
It's quite a lot, isn't it? I'm going to see if I can sell him first.
Before you sell him.
Well, I just kind of want him off the wage. Oh, Rafinha's wanted by Real Madrid.
Well, that's fun. So's Ruben Neves, I think.
Oh, Boris is unhappy about the asking price. Right, Olivier Giroud, solve this problem.
No.
Is there anything better in Football Manager than when you basically get a player who becomes your hostage negotiator, where whenever a player is unhappy, you send out one individual over and he just comes back and the problem's solved?
Yeah, that is my favorite. That's my favorite person on any team. Is the one person that can put out those fires.
I'm a big fan.
Squad status. Oh, there we go. Wanted players. Beautiful. Now, Semedo. Nelson Semedo is wanted by Real Madrid, which is awkward.
Why are you making Minecraft villager noises, Kev?
I'm deciding what to purchase.
I like how you said what and not who. Yeah, that just tells me everything I need to know.
These things.
Yeah.
They're not human.
They're just footballers.
His relationship with his players. It's something of a, commodity, really.
Yeah. They won't be here long. They just need to come in, do a job, get out again.
Kevin's actually to everybody there.
Would anybody like to buy Everton Football Club?
Yo, Soren, thank you so much for the 5 months as part of the Hammers. Almost to that silver bacon. Monkey, thanks for the prime and welcome. Panda Plays Games, thank you for the 18 months. Hello, my friend. How's the stream? It's been a long time since I've been able to catch the streams. The stream's been good. We've been having some fun. You know, the beat is sick. I'll let Lady Gaga finish the rest. Janice, thank you so much for the year. Golden Bacon. And woo. Woo! Frey, thank you so much for the 3 months as well. And Einher, thank you for the 5. Again, close to that silver bacon.
Everton.
Wayne Rooney. See if you can get him in, mate.
He's a little old.
Yeah, but he's still, you know, class is permanent. It's one of those. One of those, isn't it?
I think Jack needs to agree a more reasonable price for Mason Holgate. I don't think QPR are going to give him the crazy price he's asked for from me.
Mason Holgate. Why do I know that name?
Because he's a professional footballer.
Yeah, but you don't know a lot of those.
I know the ones that are at Everton and that I've already sold and now want to buy back.
Yeah, well, you used Ross Barkley so much in the last time that you bought somebody from Everton.
He now wants to leave because I'm not using him at all, which is a bit of a problem.
Well, I mean, if you didn't use him, then is it a problem that you're letting him go?
Because I'll use him in Europe, but he signed after we were knocked out, so it never really came up.
Speaking of knocked out, can we discuss why Christian Pulisic was the reason Chelsea didn't go through in the...
All right, guys, muting up. Be back in a sec. What's the State of the History podcast? Oh, well, we did one, and then a year later we did another one, and it's a hobby project, and so I don't know when we're exactly going to be able to get the next one out.
Player from a relegated team, but it's not Tottenham.
Oh, no?
I've got Walker Peters.
Never heard of him.
Okay, Douglas Davies.
You know what? That's fair enough, Kevin.
Let's not throw him out for nothing again. This is the saga of the summer, the Douglas Luiz conundrum.
Does anyone want Rodrigo off me? He's on 100 grand.
I'll take Mason Holgate.
If he pays wages, I'll take you for nothing. How's that?
No.
Right, that's my negotiation. So your turn.
I'd like to sell him for nothing. So you can have him for free, but you do have to pay the wages.
No, definitely not.
It was a pleasure negotiating with you.
I will
You actually
say,
got promoted.
Ben, I will say he wasn't the only one that missed chances at the end of that game.
No, it wasn't really Pulisic's fault. But I thought actually, because he came off of Werner, right? And Werner actually was doing
Werner had a
job.
good game. It was one.
Yeah.
But then you watch Atletico Madrid yesterday. Substitutions make no sense to me. Atletico Madrid needs a goal, right? And they take off João Felix and Antoine Griezmann in their wave of substitutions. And I'm like, I get you want to get somebody else with fresh legs in there, but at a certain point, 2 guys that are worth over 200 million over the course of their career.
Speaking as the man that had Griezmann in the last showdown, right choice. So, right choice. I think the games that have now set up though, I think Madrid City and Liverpool Villarreal are both really interesting. The way Villarreal play could be terrifying for Liverpool.
Really? So you're like actually worried about that matchup?
I think Bayern would have been a more logical game for Liverpool, but I think the way in which Villarreal sit back and spring, as you sort of saw against Liverpool City, like City caught Liverpool out on the break quite a lot, picking spaces apart, and that's sort of what Emery will do with Villarreal, I think. So, whereas against Bayern, I think we'd have known exactly what was coming, and it seems a little bit more. I don't doubt they're a better team generally, but obviously even against Villarreal, they got beat. So,
right.
But equally, I think Liverpool and City will be in the final because I think they're the 2 best teams in Europe. So,
yeah, football.
You know, could be worse.
Yeah, well, as long as you got Kev sitting over your shoulder going, yeah, football, you're gonna be okay.
That doesn't unnerve anyone ever. So,
That's actually that's my alarm clock.
Just Kev going, yeah, football.
Just having some input in the conversation.
The conversation of me waking up in the morning. Yeah, no. Ah. Oh. How do you set up your scouts, Kev?
I let the game do it for me.
Yeah, I know, don't you?
You've won, Kevin. You can have him for that price.
Ooh. Is he trying to buy Frederick Bjorken? Oh, he's deafened again. Kev, who are you trying to buy that's Jack's?
Mason Holgate.
Oh, okay. I wish I had more Everton youth players. Get another chunk of cash.
Yeah. That's how it works.
See, chat, we're waiting for it to tick over so that we're like a Champions League team in the eyes of the world so that we can sign Erling Haaland. But while we're waiting for that, and we also need to be able to, I need to be able to ask for more transfer revenue retention because we're at only 55%, and I would like to take all of that $60 million and put it in my budget, please. Please. Unbelievable. Hey, Ark Strauss, thank you for the 2 months. Aussie Gooner, thank you for the 3 months. I know this is a very nice time for those in Australia and New Zealand. Slice Network game earlier today. Oh, somebody had something later in the day, as usually happens. The audacity of some people. Does Kev actually play the game, or is it just Spacebar Simulator? He seems to just let the game do everything for him. And yet he finished first out of the 4 of us in the first season, and he finished second out of the 4 of us in the second season, behind me. But he obviously knows what he's doing. He just says stuff like that. You know, it's just part of the brand, really. It's part of the brand. How's Inciala doing? I don't know. Let's go check. Let's go check. How is Boris Inciala doing?
Oh, God, transfer windows are stressful. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. What are we doing here?
Transfers.
I've got a homegrown issue. I've got a squad issue. The team's not really good enough issue.
Yeah, that feels like the most significant issue.
So I just need players to disappear, really, and then we can start the rebuild.
Okay.
Oh, we're nearly in the last week of June. you lot were like, yeah, we'll definitely get to July. You crackers. Surely not.
So this is Boris Inciala. He is valued at he's transfer listed for 100 million right here. We're taking a tour.
Self-satisfied.
Stupid Chelsea ruining my stupid fun.
Stupid Chelsea.
Yeah. Offering stupid Champions League. In fact, they're not even offering Champions League football. What's the appeal of Chelsea?
Are they getting Harry Kane?
Manor Solomon.
Ah, the Israeli Messi.
That's what they call me.
Kev. Wow. Rayon Cherky has fallen so far. He is valued 16 to 19 million, and he's not worth it.
Well, I just need transfers to happen now. If we could just holiday forward 3 weeks, that'd be great. So I know if Fornals has gone or if I need to spend the rest of the summer trying to cheer him up.
Probably gone. You're welcome. That'll be $20.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I actually charge on Fiverr for advice about Football Manager saves.
Nice.
Just trying to catch up to your millions, you know?
Never gonna happen. You've not got nearly enough channels.
I have 3 channels, Kev. I'm getting there.
Hold on, let me count how many I've got. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 5. Oh no, 6. Oh no, 5.
You're just
One
making
was
them.
on there
No,
twice.
you're just making them up. I don't believe you.
Showing the chat. I can see them all on the app. I'm only counting the ones that have got over 10,000 subs. I'm not a monster. Right, who are we waiting for? Ben.
He's plotting, isn't he?
Sorry, lads. No, I'm looking for my youth players. Got some decent youth players. I've got him off Soleil, but it's not the best version I've seen, and he's not amazing. But I could sign him if I want him. Oh, well done, Emi Buendia, rejecting a contract at Sheffield United. You absolute wanker. I mean, what are we doing here? I thought I was getting 30+ million for 2 players. Now they're both morons. I hate them. Ugh.
Well, I mean,
Punch him in
Sheffield
the
just
eye.
doesn't have they don't have the money to pay for his.
Whoa. Sheffield. You have to say which Sheffield. Sheffield United, everyone.
That's true. He's right on this.
It's like
Wednesday.
saying Manchester instead of Manchester City or United. They get
You need
very
to know.
angry.
Well, I feel like
Sheffield
context clues would have informed which Manchester I'm talking about if I used it in that instance as
Both
well.
of- Both of those
You
cities
would-
have a United, which implies they represent the entire city, surely.
You would
No.
think that, Z, but as I've been educated by my comment section over a decade,
Yeah. What you got to know is
absolutely not.
we're not doing this to be pedants. We're doing this for your own protection, and I think that's a
They
that's a
will come
crucial
and get you.
distinction here. It's not about us. It's more about us not wanting to see you get hurt.
It's like calling like Nottingham Forest Nottingham when there's Notts County,
Don't do that. Don't do
or
that.
calling Nottingham Forest Notts.
Or Everton, Liverpool. They really don't like that. So
Yeah.
again,
I
it's
mean,
not
is anyone else in a
our thing.
weird situation where they kind of need to sell anyone before they sign anyone?
Yeah, we're all in this
Yes,
situation.
entirely. Stop bidding for Emi Buendia. You could 20 million is yours.
I don't have 20 million.
Okay.
Well, it's
Fine,
unfortunate.
you're really
That really stinks for you, man.
No, I don't have 20 million. I'm trying to work out how I can make it. I can't even shuffle the budget to make it fit. That's unfortunate. I quite like him. I think he's very good.
Right. Harry Kane, do you want to come and play for Everton? Do keep offering. I'd quite like you to.
Oh yeah, he's elite. Crumbs. Okay. A little bit of the rock going on in the background. Please accept. Welcome.
I have a week to up my transfer revenue retention now. A week.
No pressure or anything, boys and girls, but I've just agreed a transfer for a 15-year-old left back who joins me in January 2026.
Right, so you want to be using him then? Okay, good.
Well, no, I'm just saying we need to get a move on so I can use him.
You keep bidding
Get a
for
wriggle
Kane.
on. I'd like to sign him.
Yeah, but you're not going to get him, are you?
I'd like to, so I'll keep trying.
Okay. Good chat.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to, so.
Yeah.
But you're
I think
failing.
If I just keep going on, he'll just
You're
sign for me
failing to
stop
account
asking.
for my determination.
No,
On this
you're right.
subject.
I was. That's my flaw, not yours, Kevin. And I apologise.
Are you talking about Harry Kane?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to sign him. I've
He's going for Kane.
Yeah, Kane's
Repeatedly.
going to Everton. The problem for Kev, and I don't want to downplay this, Kev, is I don't think Harry Kane wants to go. But don't let that stop Kev's dreams be dreams. Don't let that. You know what? Carry
He
on.
gets to wear a blue shirt.
Right. Okay. Is that all you've got there? Because I think Chelsea are interested, as you pointed out before.
We're
Gets
getting a
Angry
new stadium
Birds on the sleeve.
soon. At some
Yeah.
point, I think. We could name the stadium after him, maybe. When do we
I
move into
see.
that? Next
Is he out
summer.
of contract?
We'll call it the Harry Kane Stadium.
Just put that in the contract. We will name the stadium after you.
You do really live in. I know we've talked about this before. You really do live in a fantasy world, don't you? Like you do just live in a make-believe world of nonsense.
It's a lovely place.
Is it? It's absolute waffle.
I love
constantly. Yeah, there you go again. Look, just
you said waffle.
Just talking. Just. I can't. I don't even have responses because it's just like you say things that I've just got full stops at the end. It's not like I can do anything else.
Waffles are great though.
Very difficult.
I don't think they're going to sell Harry Kane to me.
Is he going anywhere, Kane? Because I quite like the idea of him being stuck in. If he's stuck somewhere else.
I think he'd be a great championship player.
Oh, when Deer wants to leave for a pittance, Jack, so you might be able to get him, mate.
5 million.
Who wants to sign Luca Dean?
I've agreed 6.5 with him.
I'll bid 5.
Well, no, that 6.5 has been agreed, and that's the price.
Emi Buendia for only 6.5 million.
That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. Should probably keep him the more I look at this. I should potentially turn him into a central midfielder. He's only 26.
A streamer was telling you he was really good, and you were like, I don't need being told how to play the game. But he is very good.
I would never have said that. So, again, I'm going to need proof.
Just signed a 5-star potential youngster who's homegrown at Everton. How exciting.
Was it the one from me?
No, it's Thierry Small from Southampton.
Oh, he is quite good.
And just needs to sell people to buy, and Emi Buendia's really definitely good. So I'm gonna get interested. I'm gonna get engaged in that. We'll see if we can just poach him away.
That's what the bouncer said to Kev.
I don't go to clubs. I'm too cool for that.
I would love to see Kev vlog.
I've only ever been in a club 4 times in my life.
He does know the number though.
Christmas parties. Once to have a look and once to try and impress a girl.
Wants to have a look.
How
Can
did
I get that?
impressing the girl go? That's what I want to know. There must be a story there.
She wasn't impressed.
Well, I'm shocked.
NT.
Do you want to see my Pokemon cards? Did that not work? I'm stunned.
I didn't have cards then, but I probably would try and battle with her on the Game Boy.
That's what I was picturing. Yeah. Again, just a stun.
Obviously, I'd have had my Game Boy with me in case I got bored. I'm not a maniac.
I've won the stream of Showdown 7 times. Hello. Do you reckon that would not work? I'm surprised.
I mean, this was in like 1999. I hadn't won the stream of Showdown 7 times then.
Oh, apologies.
I thought it was more recent.
Right,
I haven't been in a club for.
We've got a bidding war for Emi Buendia. I'm going to negotiate to both clubs at the exact same price.
Who else can I buy from relegated?
Now there's 2 clubs interested. It's within my interest and I up the price from 6.5 million, but not unreasonably so. Just see how much you do want him. And Z also made a noise as if to suggest that it was too cheap. Emi Buendia transfer valuation. So for that reason, it's gone up to 8 million.
I'll keep my noises to myself.
He asked for £135,000 a week because he's seen how much Boris is on.
your whole club's in the mud now. Your whole club is in the mud.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah?
Yes.
I'm not convinced by your answers there.
One of my mods has asked me, why is Boris on £135,000 a week? You know what? It's a great question. I don't have an answer. I'm an imbecile. Is the answer.
I'll go with cosine. That's what it is.
What are you talking about? Boris dance? I think it's just a 1 all over.
So I should really be winning the league next season, based on the fact I don't compete in Europe.
It is quite depressing when I look at Boris's league performances this season just gone.
Neither do Arsenal or Chelsea. So we've got loads of time to prep.
Yeah, it's true. Chelsea's going to be locked and loaded.
Yeah.
So is Tottenham, really. To a certain extent, if somebody has 27 U21 caps, do you just feel bad for them, or
27 youth caps?
Yes.
It's a long time, isn't it? It does indicate that that's what they'll be doing forever.
Just playing for the
until they're
youth
22.
team. Yeah.
Has he done well for them? No. Why did Chelsea finish so low?
come
This
on,
doesn't make a lot of sense, really.
Yeah, they
we
had
all
a
finished high.
pretty bad season, and Leicester's basically fallen to the back
They
of the
had a
pack.
really bad season. Havertz, Jorginho, Werner weren't great. I mean, it was bad. It was bad.
They did sack 2 managers over the course of. Well, they sacked Tuchel at the end of last
I'm
season.
not sure they sacked enough. Like, they should have done it more.
They do like sacking.
Good. I don't want to find that funny. I think it's because you said it.
I'm a funny guy.
Oh, he's listed now, is he? I don't think he'll join me, but we'll give it a whirl. I can do that up front. We'll give it a whirl.
Whirly.
I accept the demands. We'll work out the rest from here, chat. I can't worry about it. We'll see what happens. I'll let the financial boffins figure the rest out.
Say it
Fucking
with
need
me,
to-
chat. Boris.
Okay.
Angry.
Boris.
Man.
Okay.
He's
Boris.
coming in hot.
Is this political?
matter with you?
What's
No,
happening?
Nasiala. Sorry.
If it was political, I'd co-sign. But
I'm
if
trying to
it's
get
not,
him to
well.
resign so I'd have to pay off his wages, but it's not working.
right,
It's like the
crumbs.
real Boris.
Oh, you actually tried to get him to leave?
I mean, I've offered him out. I'm not going to try and terminate his contract. He was an £18 million investment.
Investment's a strong word there.
Look, if I sell him on for a profit, that is stonks. That is what the kids say, right? Stonks?
Yep, that's exactly what they say.
See, Jack, this is why Ian and Shannon will always be superior. I accept, Mr. Shannon. Enjoy him. It'll be great for you.
Yeah, but you've broken him, Mibondia's promise.
Yeah, by selling him for more money, you'd be gutted.
Four
yeah,
houses agreed terms with Newcastle. We'll just
You overestimate the logic.
Ben just noticed that Erling Haaland's available for a transfer, and he just bid him up. He does not. He doesn't have that money. There's no way. He probably just did like an insane number of installments to get it up to 236. But that's literally who we are waiting to sign once it ticks over that we're Champions League, because he won't do a contract with Ben.
Finish high, mate.
You know what? You did finish hard. Did you finish on more points?
No, but I would say the competition amongst the league was a lot tougher in season 2. So, well,
That is
Jack,
fair.
is because you were far better than you were the year before.
True.
That is true.
Oh, I forgot I'd already sold Zeki Chelit.
See, I'm nothing but fair. You see?
I had the second best goal difference in the league.
That's,
want a medal?
That, Zealand, is because you are excellent.
Thanks, man. So are you.
Although your opinion on draft pools, not so much.
Oh,
Ander Herrera is the elite, though, I
You
decided.
wouldn't believe the 2 hours I spent researching that, by the way. Good lord.
What did you learn in the 2 hours? As little as
I mean,
2.
how much information do you want? Because I've got all of it.
All of yes is the answer to how much information I want.
Do you want the long version? Or
I'd like the long version, please.
You know what? You can post the essay on Discord for people to read, but if you could just give us the short version now.
I was right. This is the short version, but not by as much as I thought I was right. But overall, I was right. And Hector Herrera started 6 games for Atletico last year. So have that. Put that in your pipe.
Wait,
Yeah.
I heard
I don't
Hector
have a
Herrera.
pipe.
I'm assuming the only reason he came up is because you're talking to me.
Yeah, I looked up how many games he played for Atletico. It was 6.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like every world-class
so-
player.
Not elite, but no. We were talking about the draft pool situation, and just very briefly, there are probably 8 elite talents in the draft pool using Football Manager's equivocation of draft pooling, but you have a problem in that there is not enough balance amongst the three what do you call it? The 3 coefficients that you described.
I've ruined the stream. Why did I bring it up?
Because like the drop off between lots of players in different positions would make it an extremely unbalanced weekend. I don't deny it might be interesting, but it wouldn't be very fair, and I think that's might be a bit more important in a showdown. But shrug. The only way you could do it is if you got rid of all the players over 150 CA. That'd be the easiest way to do it, probably. Because like Salah, Mane, Son, Navas, Davis, amongst others, I could find the list if you want, but again, I'm not sure we care. Yeah, it's too high. But Salah and Mane are so far away better than everyone else. It's crazy. So like Salah, Mane, Son, Mendy, Davis, Navas, Hakimi, Koulibaly, Basuma. You'd argue like the best ones.
Heaves, Basuma. Love that for Mali.
He's better than like Kessie and Osimhen and Pulisic and Keita and Jimenez and Ndidi. He's outrageous in FM. Apparently. So I found out.
Well, congrats on your research, because I honestly would not have guessed that, the Yves Basuma part.
Yeah. So I took what you said into account. I thought, I look at it. I take umbrage with you saying that because I don't live in
you are a Premier League
Asia.
fan, aren't you? So.
Yeah, I don't live in Asia or America or Africa that I don't know about those places or those players.
Yeah, it's basically the only bit of footballing elitism that I can ever flex on anyone. So
yeah, but I don't. Yeah, but I'm saying you can't assume that I don't know about them because you know about them. That's not how that works.
It's absolutely how that works.
Day for Everton.
Oh, is it? I will say, Z, and I don't like to say this. This is a very Kevin Chapman-esque argument you're presenting right now, and you should be aware of that.
I left it all on the field. I left it all on the field last week.
Yeah, you lost an extra time.
Oh, I just got an achievement called Cash to Burn. What does that mean?
Oh god,
Told
no.
a player for 50 million or more. That's the first time we've done that in FM22, apparently. Wow.
Jesus, I thought you were about to end up with a lot of money for no reason, which had me nervous. But apparently not.
I mean, I have now got a budget of 64 million.
Could you sell?
For nows.
You actually got the deal through. Congratulations.
I've had over 100 million out of Newcastle this summer so far.
I miss being able to sell my players to Newcastle.
God, what a first transfer window I had, selling Connor Cody and Raul Jimenez to Newcastle. That was incredible. For like 120 million. God, can we go back to simpler times?
Right, who wants to sign Digne and Pickford? I'd like another £100 million, please. I've got transfers to do. I don't feel like I've spent enough money in this save yet.
I can't believe you.
I've barely spent 500 million at this point.
With Sir Jordan Pickford, you would do something like that. That's unbelievable.
Is Sir Jordan Pickford the spoon, though? Because he cost me the Champions League.
Is that still happening, by the way?
What?
People get ads like on a crazy basis on Twitch at the moment. I've seen so many streamers and viewers like whinge about it. Can I stop this? Like,
I don't know. I don't know why I started talking.
I'm hearing
no
this
idea.
a lot. Like, it's getting annoying.
I think you should sue. That's my answer. He put him as a backup keeper and Pickford's annoyed. Ah, fair enough. Twitch mandate an advert every hour, so they started doing it automatically. I feel like a commercial every hour wouldn't be something that like takes becomes noticeable. So if it's noticeable for somebody that they're like messaging in his stream, then it's probably something else. You know what I mean?
gotta sell, boys. I'm on a continue mission right now.
I've been on a continue mission since almost the start of last stream, to be honest. George Adariscat already has as many appearances for me as he ever did for Kev's Everton.
Well, he was only ever a backup player for me.
I don't know why. He's very good. See, normally I understand that would be like a burn, but it's got a great feel for the game, you know? Great feel for the game. Not a Kev type of player. He's more of a Zealand type of player. I do see that.
So who is Jack possibly trying to bring in here?
I don't know, but he did find he did unmute. Wait.
Kai, sorry.
Do you want to let Bruno Enrique go? So what are you trying to do? You just gambling on Luca?
I've got lots of strikers.
You do have a lot of strikers, though.
I've got Muenta, Origi, Bruno Enrique, Dolberg, Giroud, Lucha, Rodrigo.
So you're having to gamble on who the good ones are.
Well, it's more a case of Bruno Enrique's 32 years old.
I just think it's brave, that's all. I think you're very brave,
I just think it's the right play. I'm a brave, it's been said I am a brave individual, so.
Erling Haaland's on the transfer list.
Yeah, he is.
You guys are very slow to this. He's been on the transfer list since the moment the season ended. I've just been staring at him longingly. I've gone through the whole transfer process of him rejecting a contract and everything. It's very fun. And then you guys saw Ben through a giant offer towards him, which I'm assuming was just like installments and clauses.
Well, I've just asked his agent, and apparently 204 million is the price.
Yeah, no, Holland's not. He's not coming cheap anywhere. I did get an offer accepted. I did get an offer accepted, but he wouldn't do contract.
Yeah, I did for 170. He said no. He says because I'm Aston Villa. He didn't say that directly, but he sort of shrugged.
He is a Leeds fan, isn't he? I wonder if I could sign him.
Worth a shot.
A better chance than me.
I mean, Europa League Leeds. Do you think he's gonna fancy that?
I would fancy it.
I'm not convinced, but you know, could be. God, there are players available.
He's a Leeds supporter, surely.
Do you think that's going to be the difference?
I feel like that's got to make a difference. We're on the up, Erling.
That would be such a power move if you went there this summer.
What, in
That'd be
real
great.
life?
Yeah, you just went, I'm going to Leeds. Because I want to play for Leeds. He almost certainly ends up at Leeds, right? In his like late 30s.
Yeah, later in his career. I totally see that.
I like that sort of thing. I'm quite romantic when it comes to those sorts of transfers happening.
And my chat like, we want Julian Brandt. Look, chat, I tried to sign him. He wanted more than Boris Nusiala. I'm not paying Julian Brandt 100K a week to pay on the bench.
Boris is only 17. I mean, it's only right that an accomplished professional like Julian Brandt would get a...
Look, Boris is very accomplished. Can't believe we're even having such talks.
There you go, Leeds. They're going.
We're going. We're trying.
This is the moment.
I don't think he's going to come to me if that offer gets accepted, but we've tried, you know? That's all you can really do at the end of the day.
Did I get any of... When do my youngsters come in? Any of them come in yet? I don't think so, right? Oh, one of them's joining. Oh. He's really not good yet. No. I just did the thing we all did. I just went for 5 that I thought were going to be good. Some of which I will not see for years. He does quite good, actually.
Does anyone want to sign Danny Ceballos when he arrives?
It's going to be in January. He's quite good. Oh, we'll see. Ceballos. No.
He joins me in a week. I really don't.
I thought about it, but no.
I'll do a package deal with Pickford.
I want them both for nothing then. Again. See, I know it's going to sound unreasonable, but
we need English lads, and this guy is a capable English lad that can play very competently as part of a back line.
God, players are expensive, aren't they? I dare say too expensive.
I think it's a real problem in the modern game.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. All right, July 1st. That's where I want to be right now. Get me, move me there.
Take me away.
In fact, I might holiday to that point and just let you lot do what you need to do. I'll do something else.
I'm going to sign all of your players while you're on holiday.
I feel like we need to do some sort of, I'm not going to say quiz because I've just done a quiz yesterday. I feel like we should do some sort of group activity to keep this interesting. You know, as a community.
Play guess what's on my desk.
No.
We could play guess the footballer. We think that one of us thinks of a footballer, and then we have to answer questions that you can only answer yes or no to. Maybe.
The thing is, there's questions that get asked that I wouldn't know if that's a yes or a no.
Don't pick that footballer then. Pick one that you would know.
But if you pick a player and you go, have they ever scored at Wembley, and you just don't know the answer?
Well, that says more about your knowledge, mate.
Yeah, Jack, you're pathetic.
You know what? I mean, the fact that Kevin's calling me pathetic is now an all-time low. I'll be honest. I don't think it could get much worse, but here we are. I don't even know how to feel now.
Confused. Upset.
I think I just feel sad.
Yeah, I get that.
Oh, look at Premier League signings of the season. Dolberg signing of the year. I've dabbed in celebration.
Mokoko, not the signing of the year there.
Why can't I scroll on this?
Just not as good. You know, Dolberg took a very average team and made them better.
There's no Aston Villa players on that.
No, why can't I scroll? Why is there no scroll?
3 out of 5 for mine. I am great.
No, look, I didn't want to play. Look, the expectations now on Almada outrageous. In a way, I'm glad that I'm not on that. In a way. Oh, look at my lovely transfer budget that I can't change at all. I'm just such a mid-table madam, aren't I? Look at me.
A mid-table madam.
Good. I've got nothing else going on. A bigger wage budget for the scouting team.
I've got a bigger wage budget for my loan manager. They're really spoiling me.
I think we should put it towards the transfer budget.
I'm going to go and sack my loan manager.
Whilst we appreciate your input, we feel our own proposal is a better idea. We will look to make our proposed improvement immediately. So not only are they not doing what I'm doing, they're just doing what they wanted to do. What is the point? Why even talk to me about it, Nicef? Why? Hey?
Right, this guy with his beard, get him out.
It's the day! We're finally turning it over. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Ooh, we can have another coach.
That's gone poorly, hasn't it? Good chat though, board, honestly. Great chat. Reaching out. Mate, we're 26 minutes. No wonder they don't want to give me more transfer budget. The fact that they even give me any is ridiculous. What's your balance right now?
At some point.
What's your balance right now, Kevin?
Balance, 49 million English pounds.
What, red or white?
White.
Oh, you sold
I brought in £230 million of transfer revenue this season.
Yeah, see, that's crazy. What am I supposed to do against that? What am I supposed to do?
Players.
Oh, I thought you meant this summer. You just
actually operated at a transfer profit last season.
You sold for us for 63 million quid.
Yeah, transfer profit last year.
63 million pounds. What on earth? This game is broken. Newcastle have given you Liverpool have given you 100 million quid this summer.
Yeah. That's lovely, isn't it?
I'm literally playing a different game over here.
You just got to play with the big monies. Get the big monies out. You got to speculate to accumulate.
Mate, how much have you lot got from Newcastle? I've got nothing from Newcastle.
Over the course of the 2 seasons, I've had 13 and a half.
Jack's had 100 million, literally 100 million from them.
I've had about 120 in total.
These ads close to 80.
Yeah,
well.
no, I would. Quid? Yeah, probably 90.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with nothing.
Tell them some players then.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'd love to. Newcastle high. Like, dearie me. It's like, yeah, good, fair.
Oh, I forgot I sold Alex Iwobi to them as well, so it's actually about 130.
I want my Newcastle money. When's that get here? Crikey. I guess we'll just keep offering out Douglas Luiz.
I think Newcastle need Jordan Pickford.
They'll probably get him as well. As we can. Is that happening, Shannon, or did you dip out of that one?
What did I do?
No, it did. Just checking the Buendia thing.
Yeah, I was going through with Buendia.
Fantastic.
Buendia.
Good.
Well, he's in the top signings next year. Is that going to be good or bad for you, Ben?
I don't. It's not about me. I'm not on the same level as Ethan Shannon. I'm not. I don't know why. Stop making us
the same players.
Why are you trying to compare us? Why are you trying to compare us all the time? It'd be bad if he signed for you because we're a similar level.
I mean, it's just not true.
Well, no, it is true because Ian's a Champions League team.
If we're on the same level, then you would have had players in the best signings.
I am a Champions League team, Jack. In the Champions League this year.
I'll put it this
You
way,
are
Jack.
currently bottom of the league though as well. So
I didn't beat Zealand this year. I did beat you.
I beat Z
Got
this
you
year.
there.
On a few occasions.
I beat you this year.
Yeah? You're saying you're so far above me. If you're so far above me, I wouldn't have beaten you at all.
I mean, I beat Z though.
Cool.
And I beat Kev.
Yeah?
there's no evidence of that anywhere.
I mean, I'm looking at the evidence.
I wish you'd stop comparing us as if me and Zeden are the same. We're not. Okay?
I know that. Z's great.
He's not been recognised in England near a pub, has he? Whereas I have this weekend.
It's true, to be fair.
Yeah. He's also going for Haaland, which seems just not a fair process. Oh, that's a fun start to my season. The fixture lists are in.
Oh, bloody hell. I've got Z and then Kev.
Oh, really? Wait, oh, yeah.
First two games.
First two games.
I start the
delicious.
season away to Leeds.
Yeah, I play all three of you in the first month.
Oh, that's fun. And then City just after that.
Oh,
I've got such an easy start to the season. This is going to be great.
Oh, I have a really nice balanced season. I really like the way this looks right now.
I do as well, actually. Well, what you're not factoring for is your Champions League games.
What I meant was, like league-wise, I do have a very balanced season. I get a good team every few matches.
I also play Wolves on the last day of the season in a title decider.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yes, you do.
Oh, and we get that at home. Oh, that's spicy.
Oh,
Oof.
yeah. That's the sound, isn't it? Oof. All right.
Away to Leeds to start the season. Can make a real statement of intent there.
My start is Norwich, Fulham, Leicester, Everton, Brighton, West Brom, Blackburn. I've got to be honest. That should start quite well. In theory. I hope. I should go by Norwich's best player. That's what I should do. Just to make sure of it. Tim Krul, you my guy. They kept selling them Alan. That's weird.
I have sold Alan. Alan the Spoon.
Yeah, considering I'm in Europe either, my fixture list is not bad. There's a little period at the end of December which isn't very fun, where I played Jack, Chelsea, Liverpool, United. But other than that, it's not too. Actually, that's not fun. Arsenal, Newcastle, Leeds, Chelsea, Liverpool, United. Oh joy! But the bit before that, points.
Mason Holgate is now an Everton player again. How exciting.
The odds make for grim reading when you consider Newcastle.
Hey, I fit in registration. Would you look at that?
Newcastle are higher than all of us, although it's similar.
I did not expect to fit into registration. Our first team totally fits into registration right now. Oh, no, we're one away. So I'd not register Constance Shao because he's a breakthrough prospect. That's fine. I mean, that's not super great, but that's okay. We can get Wilkie-John is under 21. It doesn't matter. So like Fabio Silva will be available for European matches because of that. good. We're good. I want somebody to come in and give me money or a transfer deal for Fabio Silva. Definitely.
Go down again.
Don't think that's going to happen.
You don't know
I have
that.
loaded League One to give them the opportunity to.
Surely they're going to be in trouble. So now
Yeah,
they're
just do that
officially down
Sunderland,
there.
the Sunderland rip down.
Does that mean Harry Kane's now at a pay cut?
Well, actually, that's probably true. Oh. Check where Derby are. Oh, Derby got relegated. No, not like this. Oh God, they have no players. I should bring Tom Lawrence in. He's actually really good. He's a big guy.
I love the fact that Barbosa's not even in the Dream 11.
Offer's got him for Kane. We've all re-entered for Harry Kane. I feel like none of us get him by the end of this. I stand by that. I
think it'd be brilliant if he stays there.
Yeah, I do as well, really. I'll be fascinated to see how he does.
Zealand's not wasting his time on Kane because he's signing Haaland.
Yeah, but he's not actually going to get Haaland, surely.
He's a Champions League team now.
Yeah, but that's still super hard.
If he's got the money to sign him, I'm baffled.
Yeah, he almost certainly doesn't.
Well, I had a budget of 82 million and I'm selling Matias Arezzo for 60, so.
And I still don't think that's enough because you just want dollars.
Yeah, talk real money, goodness me. Get Max Bird in. That is the solution to all of my problems. I'm worried that Zia has to pull out of the Emi Buendia transfer to get his guy over the line. That's my big fear. Alright, apparently Leon Bailey's wanted by Arsenal. Oh, let's just offer him out, see if anyone decides. Do you know what, Leon Bailey? Go on then. As soon as I know who I actually want to keep, I can stop transfer listing everybody. Can't believe Spurs haven't sacked Conte.
Yeah, that is weird. It's like he knows something. What does he know?
He's like blackmailing the team or something like that.
Oh, there you go. Now Zealand's in for Harry Kane as well.
Jack has bid 220 million for Haaland. I think he's just trying to make sure we don't get him.
No, I can afford it.
Yeah, but you don't need to pay that much money.
No, they rejected. When I went with less, they rejected it. I bid like 180 million and they turned it down. I mean, he's not even going to want to talk to me. I just want to see how much they want for him, really.
You're investigating how much it would cost.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's like when you go into a shop where you know you can't really afford anything. You're like, how much is this suit? After you've tried it on, they read the price and you have to act cool like you were considering getting it.
Yeah, absolutely.
None of this sounds familiar.
Apparently the Leeds supporters are unhappy that I've let Mason Holgate go to you, Kev, but they'll get over it. They'll see the light.
Interestingly, the Everton fans are pretty upset I brought him back.
Ah.
So everybody is just fired up about
Yeah,
Mason
Everyone's a
Holgate.
winner.
Bang, bang, bang.
I'm just enjoying the fact I bought him back for half of what I sold him for.
My football club just looks like an eBay profile. Like, I'm just offering stuff out to people that will bid. That's all it is. I own nothing at this point, really. I'm basically just a car boot sale. Do you have car boot sales in America?
I was going to say I don't think that translates
They're
particularly
like yard
well.
sales. They're like everyone having yard sales, but in the same place.
Are you discussing car boot sales
Yes,
with Z?
that is
Yes.
what he brought up.
I unmuted it and I just heard it's like yard sales but in the same place. Now I knew straight away what you were describing.
Yeah, car boot sales. You can probably picture what happens, but it sounds like they all do it from the actual boot. They don't. They have their own tables and stalls and
Nah,
stuff.
you sit in your boot though where your coffee's kept, don't you? As
I've
an
never
avid
actually-
car booter. You
I've
do
None of the
never
good
actually
stuff
heard.
reaches the tables. You have to get there early and lurk as people are unpacking.
Yeah, literally.
All the good stuff sold straight out of the boot.
Is it? I don't.
Yeah. I'm an avid car booter.
I've been to like 2 car boot sales ever, and I've never put up my own stall.
I've done loads of car boots. And
I did a car boot sale
both
to
as
raise money
buyer
to
and
buy an
seller.
Xbox 360. My parents like, you can get an Xbox 360 if you could afford it.
Wow.
And they wanted to declutter the house, so there was lots of like kids' toys that me and my
Right.
brother had grown out of that we sold out the car boot.
I'd have bought them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no wonder you got the 360. Kev was there, was he?
Yeah, Kev was there, so you're getting out the
in the
car
boot.
boot.
Get any
I'll have Action
wrestlers
Man,
or
please.
E-Man,
Yeah. Well, that's what I was
Thundercats,
saying.
I'll take.
Yeah.
I remember trying to sell Lego and
in
like
the market
people
for a
just buy it
Castle
as it
Grayskull.
comes out. People are asking what a car boot sale is. I'll
Those
just
people are idiots.
basically everyone turns up in a singular location, usually like a car park or a field, and they sell stuff out the back of their car. Imagine like a garage sale or a yard sale.
Again, the idea that it just comes exclusively out the back of the car isn't true. Is it? People, they set up stalls, most people.
Although it's
get-
called a
get a
car boot
decorating
sale
table
because
and
you
a
bring it in
blanket.
your car boot and then
Yeah.
sell it.
Yeah, but you don't sell it from the boot ordinarily. From my experience, again,
Okay,
limited experience.
from my experience, you set up your table directly outside the car boot, so you can then sit in the car boot with the lid open for if it's raining. There's
With
no
an ice
on
cream
the
tub
table in
full of
front of
float.
you.
I'm looking at the car boot sale now. Everyone's got a table. Do you know? You all
Not
bring
to
a
be
table.
confused with a jumble sale, of
Yeah,
course.
but you sit in the back of the car boot like that. Like
yeah,
the way you
no, I
position
don't-
your
I don't
car.
think this is
You
the
know what, I
key
don't-
part of it, Jack.
I don't disagree with that, but I mean, you could have the car boot sale without the boot being open. Is my point. You should obviously put your stuff on
I
display.
just think the car boot is an important part of it because it's
No.
where you sit refuge when it's raining.
Yeah, but I mean, yes.
Never
I don't
trust
really
anyone selling out of a van either. They're almost certainly
start
marking
doing
stuff up.
dodgy
They're
DVDs.
proper traders. You're not going to get bargains out of the vans.
When they've got
Look for the
Tesco on
old
the
people
side,
to
so it's such a
exploit,
draw.
is what Kevin's saying.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, hang on. We've got to stop this, surely.
You're looking for people who don't know the value of what they're selling.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's basically, if you've ever watched, I'm sure Z's a big fan of Bargain Hunt.
No, not necessarily.
I
but
thought
carry
so.
on.
Yeah, it's very much like
around these parts.
very much like that. Bargain Hunt is very much people that go. There's a TV show, Z, where people go to car boot sales and the like,
Right.
and buy things for auction, and then they get like 50 quid, and if they make more than 50 quid, they get to keep more than they got, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they can keep like £7 as their price being on TV.
Yeah, and they buy a coffee worth £8, and you get pounded out.
Yeah,
by
but
the end of
they
the-
you imagine the story they get to tell to their friends.
Well, that's it. You get to meet David Dickinson.
He doesn't do it anymore.
No, I know. I can't remember his name.
David Dickinson is
It's a
proper-
rotating cast of hosts now.
Sorry, Jack, what's up?
I've met David Dickinson. He was a.
Okay, I can't
I
remember what
no,
that is.
genuinely, he was a vile human being.
All right.
Oh, Tottenham have just offered
well,
28 million to
That's
Pickford.
my,
What we
that's
said
my
about you.
review.
But how much shall I try and push Spurs to?
He was berating the contestants on thingy,
What?
Bargain Hunt.
Had you met him at this point?
No, it was at the event by chance with my grandparents. And
What,
he
you
was
just-
like, literally, he was being a very big diva. And we were like, because what you don't see when they're doing Bargain Hunt is like, cleared around the edge is basically loads of people just watching it be filmed.
Right, yeah.
As natural as it looks. And as soon as the cameras go off, like he just like slaps into like a diva mode where he's like just, you know, proper
What do you mean?
bossing around. Like bossing around the camera, people complain about the audio guy holding the boom incorrectly. Like very
Maybe he
pretentious
just wants
of his
everything
own
to
art.
be. Maybe he just wants everything to be perfect.
No,
I respect that.
no.
I respect that in a way.
Very
Alright.
cold individual. I don't want to ruin the illusion for anyone, but yeah. proper
I think you've
Cold
you've
individual.
just smashed the illusion for anybody that
Yeah.
had any illusion at all about what was going on.
Whereas
didn't really
Greg
carry
Wallace,
the way.
love Greg Wallace.
I didn't really care either way, but now I feel like I have to have an opinion on David Dickinson. It has to be that he's an awful bloke. So, you know,
Greg
as long
Wallace is good though. Love
as long
Greg
as we all
Wallace.
think, as long as we all think that Rob Green, former England goalkeeper, Rob Green is
Honorary
also
American, isn't he?
that nasty piece of work, then that's fine as well because he swore at me when I was a ball boy. So as long as that's
I mean,
clear,
I swear at you all the time.
yeah, but that's fine. That's like water off a duck's back. Not bothered by that. Whereas when Rob Green does it as and I'm 13.
Well, you should have been quicker getting in the ball back,
I
shouldn't
could
you?
not. Well, that was the issue, Jack. I literally couldn't have done it any quicker, mate. I was as
Oh.
quick as humanly possible.
Try
So-
harder then, I think, is what Rob Green
Well,
would say.
I don't think he was. He was saying hurry up when the ball was literally in the crowd. It was very difficult to get it back unless he's got a method that I'm unaware of.
Honestly, this has stayed with me for at least half my life. So don't act don't you start weighing in like you know the situation. You weren't even there, mate.
I'm glad you're over it.
Well, I'm not over it, quite clearly. I don't know if that's been obvious.
Fooled me.
I said I'm not. What?
I thought you were. You're acting like you were.
Okay.
But now you're revealing that you're not over it. So I was saying you fooled me.
Okay.
Ramsdale wants to leave Arsenal.
I see.
Interesting. Here we go then. Ramsdale.
So he's looking at memes on his streams and not saying anything. Zealand?
Yeah, are you reading the meme?
A niche piece of British culture. Jack versus Ben. Zealand. Is that your? Can you pull that face for me? I'm sort of waiting, but I'm looking forward to it. That is perfect. That's what I was looking for, really.
Thank you. Yep.
Excellent.
Glad I can help.
Really good. Really good. Excellent work from you. That.
I practiced in the mirror before I knew that was coming. I don't know. I felt like that.
We can talk about American culture if you want. If your chat feels.
Oh no, it was very funny. It was very funny. It was very funny. It wasn't like a rueful thing.
I don't. If someone's asking your chat there, do I sit there and watch everyone's streams? No, I just watch to see if Zealand's looking at my players. So I just have Z's open at all times. Also, so I can call out his chat for being rude. I've ignored at least 6 comments so far. So
as few as 6.
I'm remaining calm for now. But let me tell you, some people are very close to getting told off. Oh. Chat. I know someone who slept with Craig David. He sang his songs while in the act. That can't be real. That must have lasted all week. Now these 3 don't get that, but that's a crap.
I didn't even get that, and that was funny.
Then.
I did. I went ha ha.
Well, I didn't hear that. So, oh, whatever.
What's the point, Ben?
Is that Jack?
Yep.
I believe it's "What's the point, dude?" is the actual quote. What's the point, dude? I get it's a game, but it's fucking shit. I've not beat very well there. I tried. It was a quote, so I'm allowed to swear. It's like when you're singing a song and like you swear, and you're allowed to swear because quoting.
Yeah. Are you allowed to say other words just if you're quoting then?
Jack, can you back off the players that I'm trying to find, please?
Absolutely not.
That is a dangerous path to lead yourself down there.
I see. But I'd quite like to sign him. Perhaps you didn't understand the request.
Does not compute. I think Pedro Gonzalez is quite good playing for Spawn. I think you've done well to find him. And
well, my director of football recommended him to me.
Be a shame when I sign him, really.
Can we get to July?
No.
Trying. I'm the only one who's hit continue. There we go.
I didn't continue. Have a day off.
Shut your eyes.
Nanstay.
I'm selling 2 Keens on one day on the 1st of July. How exciting.
Just the grid thing not work.
You know what? That is well exciting.
There you go.
Not being funny, Dortmund aren't considering a £230 million bid for Haaland from me. Like, what am I meant to do?
Liverpool make Kane offer. There we go. No. There he goes.
No.
I don't know if you understand. I'd like to sign him.
It's been a good run.
I've been really clear that I'd like to sign him.
He'll be near you.
You should try harder.
He'll be near you if that's any consolation.
Yeah, I did such a good job selling Liverpool as a city to him. Yeah. I've made a terrible mistake.
He was on the way to Everton and he passed Anfield and he thought, "Oh, that's a nice big stadium."
But he would have seen the newly built Harry Kane Stadium.
Well, no. Actually, I have to say no. It's not.
If he signs for me, I'm naming the stadium after him.
Okay. Well, using the editor.
You won't be naming the stadium after.
Okay, that's why you're doing so well, is it? Because a lot of the edits are being used, is it?
No more than usual.
Who will you have to sell
still
if you get Kane?
Who what?
Who are you going to have to get rid of if you get Kane?
Oh, Tottenham have also offered me 38 million for Pickford, so that would cover the price.
38 million pounds for your. Oh, do me a favour.
Kev, you should try and ask the board to sign Kane and then threaten to resign if they say no.
That's a good idea.
Thank you. Full of good ideas.
Someone in Z's chat, so I think they're great people. All this network game is people waiting for someone to press continue. Yes.
You have described Football Manager Online gameplay.
That is Football Manager Online. Yes.
That is exactly what Football Manager Online is. So welcome in.
I have got 60 million to spend. I probably should spend some money soon.
I would love it if World Football knew that Aston Villa existed. That's where I'm sitting at the moment. I'd love us to be known.
Do they not know?
Doesn't feel like they know.
Ah, I see.
I've got loads of players for sale. I need to start the car boot. This is what I'm saying. I need to go along with about 10 players, put them in the boot, and we'd be laughing. But you know what? It's all fine. Everything's going to work out in the end. Or it's going to be a chaotic deadline day, I suspect.
Either is fun.
Yeah, I just...
I might start using the recline feature in my chat. I feel like today's a recliney day.
You're reclining?
Oh, we're reclined. Oh, God. It's difficult to get tucked in now. I'm very reclined.
When are we telling everyone about our monthly Football Manager podcast? Are we letting them know today, or are we saving that for the release of the new game? I don't mind.
Isn't this already a podcast?
Technically speaking.
No, I think people would like to hear our opinions on the new features, so we should do a podcast that runs for, 2 months. Just a thought.
Who's doing a podcast? What's happening?
You're doing a podcast.
I like podcasts. I'll do a podcast.
I'm actually doing a podcast tonight, which is why we're doing this early, folks, for those that have missed it. I'm doing something later on. So sorry about that. Live on Twitch, though, so if anyone wants to watch, feel free.
Twitch?
Yeah.
Didn't realise Kevin could go that high.
I can go higher than that.
Twitch!
We are here.
My ears are now bleeding. You know what? I thought reclining was a good idea, but it's not very comfy.
On your way
You'd
back
rather
up,
watch West Ham, that's
press
fine.
continue.
You know what? I'm going to stand up. Maybe that's the play today.
I think the podcast is also on YouTube. I think it's everywhere. I think.
Oh, this is going to help me wake up.
I'm on it with RDF as well. I believe it's called Road to Legends Football Chat Show. It's just some guys that are part of the FM scene that do it. I'm just doing them a favour, going on, having a chat about football for an hour. I'm sure everyone will agree with everything I say. So,
Absolutely certain of it.
never a debate surrounding football ever. So,
No, absolutely not.
not allowed on. We don't. Someone pointed out, actually, we don't really talk about football on this podcast, on this stream. We never talk about football ever, really. It's a very non-football based.
All the time.
No, but we don't actually talk about like real life football amongst the four of us. Jack put it down to the fact that Kev doesn't know about it.
Yeah, I'm not.
So that might be it. I don't know.
I haven't watched a non-Peterborough football match for several months.
You have. You're a big Arsenal fan.
I haven't watched them for a little while though. I've been busy.
Oh.
Dude, that wage demand. Holy Moses, dude. 30 million a year? What the fudge cakes is going on right now? All right, goal bonus. I will literally pay you 86,000 a goal. Oh, he's gonna play in the midfield, so it kind of makes sense that we would do that. Team of the year bonus, obviously 2.4 million. Top goal scorer, 2.4 million. Winning the Premier League, big 2.4 million. There's no chance, right? Like, there's absolutely no chance. FA Cup, 2.4 million if we win the FA Cup, and Champions League, 2.4 million if we make the first knockout round. EFL Cup's just over the line right there, but yeah, let's feel that out. Just a little off. just a little off. Yeah, I don't think we can swing the like super duper world class wage there because that was all the bonuses I could put in.
Trying to get a contract over the line. It's probably about to blow up. Does it blow up? It did blow up.
Harry Kane wants $30 million a year.
Okay, that you could be speaking a foreign language to me. I need it in pounds per month or per week. Per week. So apologies.
Pounds per month. Do you not know what you're actually?
No, where am I?
Well, I've agreed about 400,000 a week with him.
It's not bad.
Yeah, he has more interest in joining Everton than he does me for whatever reason.
Wow. Oh, he doesn't want to join me either.
I've thrown at him.
I hope he goes to Liverpool. I just don't want him
I'm
to go
sure
to
he will go to Liverpool, but I'm pretty sure I've offered him more money than Liverpool.
No, well, I mean, he just asked me for $30 million a year. That is north of $500,000 a week. That is well north of $500,000. It's like $600,000 a week. He was asking.
Get him in Everton, please. Get it done. I think it'll cause absolute chaos at Everton, so get him over there ASAP.
I'm just looking forward to having him as Calvert-Lewin's backup.
Oh, come on. We're an hour and a half in and we're nearly at June. Come on.
We're halfway there.
We're
living on a prayer.
Take my hand.
We'll make it, I swear. Oh, living on a prayer. Okay, good work, everybody.
It's really hard to sing with the echo in it, let's be honest. Someone's asked, why don't I get Vardy? Because he's like 52 years in the future.
That was nice, wasn't it? That was communal.
More importantly, why do you have monitoring on in your headphones, you maniac?
Joshman Massive, that is.
Because I like having monitoring on in my headphones so I can hear myself. I don't, to be clear, Kev, I'm talking about the delay of other people singing. I don't get a delay with my headset with monitoring. Thank you for the suggestion, by the way, Z, of the SteelSeries headset. Very, very good.
Yeah, thank you. Glad I could help. Absolutely no sponsorship involved in that. Just think they're good headphones. Should be clear on that.
If you are watching,
I'm not allowed to buy them. I have to buy the ones Matt told me to buy.
That's blown my mind.
I'm
Care to elaborate on that? What?
They're not on Matt's authorized purchase list. I don't think. Someone's just put in my chat, $30 million is £23 million, and that's about £440,000 a week, which is pretty much what I've offered him. So he's asked Zealand for what I've offered him, which is interesting. Come on.
Okay,
come to
so
Everton.
explain to me how $30 million a year, there are 52 weeks in a year. That is more than half, like...
Yeah, but it's £23 million.
Oh, true. I hate the fact that the world uses different currency, and I think I'm suing somebody about it.
I mean, if he comes here, I'm going to have to play him in midfield. I can't drop Calvert-Lewin. This might be a bad idea.
Just sitting here waiting for someone to sign Harry Kane and doing nothing. I can't do nothing about it.
Who's supposed to be pressing continue?
I've got nothing. I'll just shrug.
Someone put a timer on Jack. Oh, I actually can put a timer on Jack.
Someone put a timer on Jack. Oh, I'll do it.
Yeah, I can. I just realised. How do I do it?
I'm in Z's chat because I've got nothing to do on my own stream and/or in my own managerial career right now. I'm just waiting for a date at this point. It's like I'm playing in real time in a way. Like,
oh, Jack's looking at polygons. Brilliant.
I've hit continue.
Well, you haven't, according to this. Oh no, it's Zealand now. It was you.
Yeah,
it's me
right now.
Sorry, if you're gonna come for the king, you better not miss.
Oh, it's you numbskull.
I'm gonna go at me
for
like
the king. Goodness, mate.
Run in your gob.
We'll have less gob around here. It's very uncouth.
I'm a big fan of gob.
I bet you are.
Stoppers, gob stoppers.
I've got a whole box of gob stoppers in a drawer in the kitchen.
Why does that not surprise me? Do you have a drawer full of chubba chub lollies as well?
Never mind. I've been timed out in Z's chat. Never mind.
I've got a drawer full of coffee pods.
Mombot just timed you out. What did you do?
Mombot needs to get a grip. Like, holy shit.
Oh.
I guess, yeah.
Can't imagine why you got timed out, chat. That doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. He did, in a roundabout way, answer my question. Yeah, you spam the mombot. Spam the mombot emote. Love that. Spam the mombot emote. What do you look for in a Metsala? I want an athlete for that role. Yeah, you want an athlete. Somebody that can run. Certainly somebody that can run. But also, I think the sneaky thing is the crossing passing. They need to be able to do one of the two. Right? They need to be able to do one of the two. All right, let's see if we can get Bastoni. Because Bastoni would be a coup d'etat if we could get him in. An absolute coup. Just a pure world-class center back. This is what we're trying to sign as this club. I'm concerned we might not be able to offer him the appropriate wage. If I'd go 70 million up front, after league appearances, I'd go 7.5 million. Bonus competition achievement. If we win the Premier League, I will happily pay out 11. And per league appearance, since I know they love a good per league appearance, I'll pay you 150,000 bucks per league appearance. Just essentially adds up to like another $1 million, or you know, only 200,000 bucks a league appearance. Just to defer the payment a little bit. Come on, dude, that's crazy money. I do want Bastoni though. Like, I really want Alessandro Bastoni. The dude he's pure world class. Consistent, likes big matches, Italian national team. This dude's like the step up that we need at center back so that we know we've got just one of the best center backs in the world. But that is a lot of money. That's a lot of money that we're laying down. So they want what, 124? I could do 80, and then 11.25 after league appearances, 11.25 bonus for winning the Premier League, Champions League. If we win the Champions League, I'll pay out 15 million for the Bastoni transfer. See, we're making progress. I kind of want to keep it like here, like at 80 million, and then I'll just do six monthly installments that add up to 10 million. We'll see how they take that. So now I want after league appearances, I'll cut that to 14 million. They want an after international appearance clause for 18 million. I don't, I'm going to cut that to 10. I could totally see them being like, oh no, they're okay with that. Okay. It's a pretty incentive-laden deal, but I'm always a big fan of incentive-laden deals. Let's see if we can negotiate a contract.
There you go. Did that say that was going to happen at midnight?
What happened at midnight?
I've got a friendly scheduled with Halkin and Flint Mountain. Oh no, it initially said it was at 00 hours, but it's now changed to 7:30.
That's a shame.
But I thought we were going to be playing them at midnight. That would have been ace. Can't wait for the coffee cup. Oh, it's the big one.
It's the big one.
We need Jack to do a coffee cup jingle for us, like the FA Cup jingle. If we've got anyone who wants to sponsor the coffee cup, we are available to take sponsors. The coffee cup sponsored by Nescafe. That works. We'll change the name. It doesn't have to be the coffee cup. If anyone does want to sponsor it, Buxton Water. We'll call it the Water Cup if you want. Just getting a sponsor for the coffee cup.
Oh, yeah. I like the plan.
You don't get to claim that afterwards. Fuck me.
What's the prize for the coffee cup? Bragging rights.
Absolutely bizarre.
Bragging rights to the point of the coffee cup.
It doesn't say holders because we've only played it once before, but in case anyone is wondering, obviously, reigning coffee cup champions over here. The all-time coffee cup.
I gotta remember to use the agents, dude. I never remember to use the agents. It's crazy to me how I will not remember to use the agents. Unai Nunez is solid. Freaking Mario Hermoso's actually on the transfer list. For 13 million. Oh, but that wage. Oh my heavens me, that wage. I mean, let's check, okay? Said 13.5 million's the transfer asking price for Mario Hermoso. Well, let's check. So apparently we can't sign the actual world-class center backs yet, even though we're in the Champions League, which stinks, obviously. Now, see, the thing is, we already have good center backs. Willy Bali and Benoit Badiashile are already good. They're at the level of a Gavardiol. We're looking for better, right? We're looking for better than that. Hermoso could be that. We did get a fairly reasonable wage negotiated, but I honestly think like Willy Bali and Benoit Badiashile are better than Mario Hermoso. Stoney, De Ligt, Ruben Diaz, Van Dijk, Ronald Araujo's playing for City. Marquinhos. Yeah, I mean, like, Bastoni was the guy we could go after, and he doesn't want to negotiate a contract. We did the deal. That is such a shame. We had that even though it's a lot of money, that's the sort of deal that, like, it improves the team. It obviously dramatically improves the team immediately. It's just a great deal. We have three center backs that we don't dislike. We've got Weber. We've got, Weber, Bali, Badiashile. That's three center backs that we like. I think three center backs, importantly, three center backs that we don't hate. All right. But we need, there's another tier. There's another tier that we don't have at center back on this team. And I would love to be able to get somebody that is on that tier. Jose Jimenez is here. Mario Hermoso pops up again as somebody that is a good deal, clearly. If we need four center backs that we can trust, we've got Hermoso, we've got the other English guy coming in, that'd be five center backs. Hermoso would demand a spot in Champions League registration, though, because he comes in as a squad player. I mean, Hermoso's really probably the only one that would want to join us. I don't know if Jose Jimenez would want to join us. Yeah, he's getting paid $27 million a year. I really don't think... well, I know for a fact that we can't pay that, so... This is more about, it's less about who can we afford to sign and more about who wants to play for us and whose wage we can pay. Because we have the money, for the transfers. We're about to have more. We just delayed for 2 weeks, and we're not going to be able to up our transfer revenue retention to capitalize on the Matias Arezzo transfer. Oh, somebody's introduced Stavold. There we go. That's good. That's good. Somebody's interested in Nicholas Savold. Let's see how much money they want.
The kid from Leicester called Tawanda Mashawanhesi become good. Do you know who I mean?
I have never heard that name in my life.
He's worth 24 to 29 mil. I've never seen him become better than he is right now.
Liverpool have made a new offer for Kane. What does that mean? Do I have to make a new offer for Kane now?
Ryan Kent any better than he was? So
I just want to be able to sign Kane for less than I sold Fornals for. That's all I really want.
What are you saying, Ben?
Ryan Kent is someone that's probably actually attainable. Oh, Tottenham have just bid for Alex Tellez. Tottenham have got money.
Tottenham have got loads of money. They're
offering 30 million for my backup left back earlier.
Well, they've offered 27 million for my left back.
They must really be looking for a left back.
He's there. They've sold a couple. He's 30, and I'd be making double the money I paid. But he's quite good. Oh, what do?
You sell him.
Do I sell him?
Yeah, you sell him.
I have to get another left back in though.
Well, Luca Dean is available.
Is he? For how much?
60 million.
Well, I think we'll leave that one then. I appreciate you, quote unquote, trying to help there, but
I wonder if Spurs want him.
I feel like Tellez is actually really good though. I'll only have to go and buy one for a similar price. It's probably not worth it. But Douglas Luiz has left, so we're making money now. 20 million gone. 5 million to the transfer budget. Oh, what's gone on? What's gone on there?
I think that's the transfer revenue retention, Ben.
Is it just that though? I can't just be that, surely. Oh, it is just that. Why did I even sell him? What a waste of time. I forgot they put it down. It's all right because Billy Gilmore's joined on loan, so we're back just like that. That was almost instant. We were in the mud and now we're back. And Douglas Luiz was on a lot more money, so it's fine. I really want Sarabia to just get off my wage bill as soon as possible.
Oh, Jack, you've spoilt my fun. Oh, he's not there. He's spoilt my fun.
I need the board to pump loads of money in. That'd be great. But I guess actually, if they're only giving me 35%, it's quite smart from a club perspective to try and balance the books first. So I'm not even that mad, really.
Balancing the books is for nerds.
Yeah.
See, Dylan knows. Why am I not on the favoured personnel list yet? Unacceptable.
Signing him because I think I'll be able to sell this guy for like 30 million next year. That's why we're signing him. All right, we are officially accepting the deal for Matias Arezzo, 60 million to West Ham.
So they're gonna have less money now, right? Noted. There's usually loads of money in the game at this point as well.
Money.
Oh dear. Yeah, I need this July 1st tick over. Have I mentioned that?
Love July 1st. Favourite day of the year.
It feels like we've been waiting for a little while for it to happen.
I think we've played 2 weeks now officially today on stream.
Yeah, well,
is a really
this
strong word.
is the business end of the transfer
I was
window.
going to say,
here.
this is pre-season.
Ooh. Ooh.
I feel like it's harder to get players' work permits than actual staff members for whatever reason.
That is absolutely true. I
Wolves
agree
have
with
given
that.
up on Kane. That's sad.
We have.
Aw.
Yes, we have given up on Kane.
I just need Luca to get a work permit and it'll be fine.
My board will not permit me to spend the amount of money it would require to get him to accept the contract. We are allowed to spend half of that for our wages. So
Please don't make me figure out how to use him, everybody. I'm only trying to sign him because it seems like a good idea.
Because it seems like a good idea.
I
Is
don't
that your
actually
general?
know what to do with him.
Is that your general transfer strategy? Seems like a good idea. I'll sign it.
Yeah, exactly.
Basuma is ridiculously good in Football Manager.
yeah, I was taking a peek at him.
I might have to sit down soon. I've got new glasses with a new prescription, and I've got to the point where I'm feeling dizzy, which is not good. It's weird. Like the lenses on my new glasses are bigger, so I'm used to being able to look out the corner of my eyes and like not have like vision through the lenses. Whereas with these, the lenses are bigger,
My wages are sorted.
but it makes me lose my balance if I look out the corner of my eyes.
Rejected Spurs. Curses.
I don't blame him.
Well, now at least he's on the transfer list now. Oh, that was too good to be true. Oh, a scout, is it? Yeah, Pickford can just be a very expensive backup goalkeeper for this season then. He'll be fine.
just sign this guy from League One because I look at his attributes and I'm like, he's kind of bad, but he's not like we need an offensive option playing in the league. You just go grab Nathan Byrne. Like, yeah, okay, we'll do that. George Baldock. Hector Bellerin wouldn't actually be that much money. Well, he would be a lot of wage, I think, is the key. We need another right back. We've got Semedo, but we did lose Ryan Fredericks. We've got Jorge Sanchez. Oh, what did I want to do? Is it Reguilon? Reguilon wasn't trained here, though. I'm going to do left back. So, assuming I have Jorge Sanchez, who else would we go for? Adam Smith. Yeah, I can work with that. $4 million. Get ourselves a backup fullback that can play at a Premier League level. Arguably, he's 32 years old. But he did play 31 matches in the Prem last season, so he's got all the experience. Oh, we could get Anthony. Anthony Robinson. Yeah, I'm going to get Anthony Robinson. Oh, and he doesn't like big matches. How could they do that to my boy Anthony? You know how many goals he has scored in qualifying matches, massive qualifying matches. He's still better than Dennis Serkin, so we'll make sure. We will make sure. Dennis Serkin, Anthony Robinson, the physicality, the physical ability of Anthony Robinson. It actually, weirdly, this makes complete sense. This makes complete sense. So we're just gonna get a nice low offer in there, start the negotiation. It's not what, okay, that was not, did they get promoted or something? Dang it, they did. Why? Why did they get promoted? Why did they? I'm not paying $40 million for backup left back, dude. I'm just not. I'd rather have Adam Smith for a year. I would rather have it, but he is a right back, at least like Jorge Sanchez, who can't really play left back. What about Omar? Omar Richards. Yeah, that guy's good. Okay, that guy's good. I just bring in 25-year-old Omar Richards to be my other left back this season with Ait Nouri. And I have Weber. I don't need to do this. We signed both these center backs. I have Maxi Weber. He can play left back. We're okay. Probably I'll want another one. I'll get Adam Smith. That's a simple deal. Oh, will you cool it? I'll give. Sorry, I'm in a transfer negotiation.
I was helping.
I appreciate that. Will you cool it? No. Okay. Thanks. Oh, you okay? So my Buendia offer has been rejected.
I got bad news. Sorry, Z. I only get 4 mil of it, so it's not really worth it for me to sell him. And I'm going to play him in a role that makes sense, unless someone just bid loads. They haven't.
All right.
Well, have you decided you're not selling Emmy?
No.
Yeah, no. I'd been waiting on his contract to come through for like 5 days. The transfer just got cancelled.
Well,
so
I'm going to make a bid of 6.5 million that you've promised to sell him for.
Well, I've got good news. He won't be leaving. He's got a 3-year contract, and if he wants to kick up a fuss, that's up to him. At this point.
Oh, this could. Well, okay.
But I understand you'll want to ruin my life. So
that's not me.
So if that's what you want to do, mate.
I consider it more. I'm volleying back a serve in tennis. I'm just giving you the ball back to play with.
Yes, that's very fair.
No, it makes complete sense to me. Yeah.
Keeping the ball in play so we can keep the rally going. What's everyone's expectations from the board for this season? Mine are top half.
Mine is top half. Be competitive in the Champions League. Finish in the top half. All the good stuff.
I'm kind of glad that they're not going too mental with the expectations after one good season.
Okay, getting busy.
Ben, what are your board expectations for the year? We're just discussing. Me and Z have got top half finish. Kev's got Europa League.
Have fun, carefree. What are my board expectations?
Yeah, what do I want to do?
Mid-table, mate. Mid-table.
Mid-table. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, then easy.
Again, we're just living the life, mate. Living the life.
The dream.
That's it.
Guardiola leaves Man City.
I think we have the quality, especially with our team growing. It's more about getting that depth in. I need 2 people that can start at every position. This is okay. Sogard, we're going to release under 18s and under 23s. We leave to, so we don't waste people's time with it. We leave that stuff to the staff. Bueno's contract expires and he is leaving. We've tried to renegotiate a contract with Perry, but he's kind of gone nuts with like what he wants. Like, that's insane. I'd rather just have the money than have Taylor Perry hanging out down there. We're basically what we're doing is releasing my entire U23s team, which, you know, is good. Justin Hubner, look at that technical ability. What a player. Oh, he's absolutely outstanding. Look at that technique. Just gonna drive his wage down, but that guy makes sense, actually. It's gonna free up a good amount of wage budget. Teo Corbino should be worth money. Canadian national team, he should be worth money. What does he want wage-wise? Yeah. Absolutely not. Good luck getting that anywhere, honestly. Maybe you can get that in the championship. You might be able to get that in the championship. At his ability level, that feels like the only place where he would be able to get that amount of money.
Oh, you've signed Renan Loddy.
I have.
Right.
2 years on loan. He's finally a permanent Everton player.
Has he gone? What a waste of money that was. See you later, Sarabia. Good lord. What an error. So I've still got quite a lot of money. My wage budget is healthy. Oh, and now Julian Brandt wants to join me. Now we're talking. We've made it to July. This is a real success for the save.
Outstanding.
This is a big moment for all of us. I really should have prepared some sort of firework display.
Yes.
Lorenzo Luca, Jack. Loan listed. That work permit giving you a bit of jibbers. He's got to have so much money as well. He just can't do anything with him. Oh no.
What's happened?
Just looking at your Luca situation is just very funny.
He's so good. Like, how's he not got a work permit?
Do you want me to pay his wages for you? Just to get, you know.
I'm going to apply again because it seems to be bugged out. I can just ask for a work permit every week. What if this is bugged out forever and they'll always reject it?
It's not bugged out. It's the way of the world, mate. If you got to go figure out if he's even eligible.
He's good. He'll be fine.
He's good.
I just feel sad.
You better hope
it's okay.
so.
Look, it's going to be Muenta's time to shine as the striker.
I haven't applied for the City job, so.
Are there any other good real Thai players in the game, or is he just the standout one by miles?
He is the standout one by some miles.
Is it facetious to say, I think there's 8 or 9 good? Hector Herrera? I think he's on. Doing jokes. Right.
Suxum's got a great headband. Maybe he's the one. Get some scout reports on all these Thai players.
So let me just get this straight. So far, I've brought in Billy Gilmore today.
Good signing.
Thank you, mate. And I brought in Paul. I forgot about Paul. And he's actually good. He's a big man. We like big men. I'm following the Kevin Chapman streamer Showdown school of signings.
That's the spirit.
This is what you do. This is all you have to do.
Exactly. Easy.
Just sign big men.
Yeah, big meaty men.
Yeah.
Big man.
My favourite kind.
We'll see if he's actually any good for me. I'm hopeful. That's all I can be. Woo-hoo.
I have always liked Musa Wage, man.
See, Alex Tellis's crossing could be crucial this season.
Oh, forgot we signed him. Oh, he's not here yet. Danny Ceballos, welcome to Everton.
That's such a weird signing. Why have you signed him?
Because he was free, and I didn't. Yeah, it was just like 2 months ago.
Skip, Barkley. I guess you're quite short in there. Yusuf Demir just chilling out.
But he does.
God, your squad is so infinitely better than mine.
I'm a very good manager.
Okay,
Very good transfers.
I could not agree more. Yes, Clayton. Yes, I believe so. Yeah, weird. I'm not sure Ben Godfrey's that good at right back.
Well, according to the star rating on my squad depth, he's the best central midfielder at the club.
Oh,
So Ben Godfrey's
I could see
a
that.
strange anomaly.
it's quite similar to Declan Rice, I would say. So, based on that logic,
He is also new club captain.
apparently, wait, what's he better at? Oh, speed. He's not as good as Declan Rice.
He's
They're
the
not
best at the
dissimilar
club
though.
at centre back, right back, and central midfielder. He's just the best at everything he can do.
He's fast while Rice is good at defending. But they're quite similar. They're really technically attacking vision. Even like defending's not that far apart, really.
Of course, World Cup winner Sir Ben Godfrey as well.
It's actually weird that Rice is better defensively because he's not a defender. Interesting.
Someone's just asked in my chat, what's Martial doing in that squad? Would you like to tell them, Ben?
Yes, I wanted Martial for a cut price deal, and Kevin Chapman stole him. So that's the long and short of that, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is.
No more to add, Your Honour. Has anyone made a good signing yet? That's what someone's asked. Is there a signing that you're particularly proud of, chat?
I've got Gavi
Like
permanently
chat?
now.
Is that good?
He was great last year on loan.
Yeah, we've talked about him being great, haven't we?
Yeah, but you said Fornals wasn't great, and then I just sold him for 63 million.
It's not evidence that he's not great.
You sold Finals. That is treacherous. When you said it
USG.
earlier, I thought you were joking.
No, he did. For mega money as well.
If he was so good, you wouldn't have sold him.
Mate, Gravenberch is bloody good, isn't he? It's like Bellingham.
I can sign Bellingham, that's a good idea. I need a midfielder. Bellingham.
Kev, you are
hate him.
just a unique individual.
I'm his scout. That's what annoys me.
He wants to go to Liverpool.
Oh, I can sign
I'm
Bellingham.
hired-
Yeah, he's good.
I'm
I hope
hired
he means
help.
the City.
I've been hired as Kev scout and I had no idea. It's just been happening.
So I've realized that I still can't convince the best players in the world to come, so I'm just going to build a nice deep team that fits into my registration. That's my new plan.
I like that. So hang on, have Tottenham come for Pickford?
Yeah, but he turned him down.
Oh, they
It's a
are.
sad
offered
state of
me-
affairs.
They offered me
They've got-
38 million for him.
They're still 91-1 on to win the league. They're still quite happy. Are they not that bothered? Why can't I just get to the Dream 11? There you go. See, Southampton have got quite a few. Like, are you getting Ward-Prowse? Is that not happening
No,
now?
I withdrew from that one.
See, surely Southampton players can't be happy.
Don't have room in the team for Ward-Prowse.
They've got Mitchie as well.
I feel like you of all people, you should always have room in the team for WordPress.
No, that would mean dropping Oliver Skip, and that would never do.
I understand completely.
Southampton want 105 million for Ward-Prowse. That's going to be a no, boss. Absolutely not.
Sanderberg for 45 million.
Now the Pickford deal's come through. As things currently stand, if Cade agrees to come to me, I'm going to cancel the deal because I've got other players that I want instead. Oh dear.
Why have you played like this?
Oh my word, you've made it.
What about Jordal wants to talk about his current asking price? Yeah, I'll change it. My bad. What do you think it should be? Like, it's incredibly offensive. 100,000 away from what he was looking for.
Wage just joined a new club. Patrick DePaula wants regular starter. Kajust wants important player. Don't like that. Daniel Podence to Mines was the biggest offer. It's 7.25 million for Daniel Podence. Loan offers for Fabio Silva in the Admiral Bundesliga. 2 offers from the Admiral Bundesliga, actually. See, right now, he is the 3rd best striker on the team. So I'm going to go no. What asking price could I set for you? Not be happy with that asking price. Be happy with that. So let's offer him out for 9.5. Let's make sure 9.5 is okay. Ooh, not what I meant to click. Respond, reject all, yes. Make sure 9.5 is okay, and then we're looking to move on Daniel Podence, free us up of his wage, and yeah, life will be good. So we just have to make sure that the 9.5 is aight. Patrick DePaula, impact player to regular starter. I have a feeling he's going to have an issue with this. So what we're going to do is literally build him the pathway, which would be regular starter and then important player after that. I am kind of surprised that worked, but at the same time, very over the moon. This dude is just better than Nicholas Savald, roughly the same age, and we could flip Savald out and bring in Patrick DePaula and just improve the team, which would be sick. So I'm going to throw in just, you know, your classic Zealand bonuses here. Like if we win the FA Cup, I feel like it'd be a Patrick DePaula thing. Like he would absolutely be responsible for us pulling that off. So this is a very impatient person, very impatient agents. Winning the EFL Cup will also be a $400,000 payout. You get a goal and an assist bonus. They come in at $30,000 apiece. Thank you. And a $4 million contract to bring Patrick, the most balanced midfielder in the history of the sport, DePaula, into the team. He can play every midfield position that we want on the team, and he is so balanced. He loves big matches, and everybody on the team speaks Portuguese. So it just makes complete sense. Kajust was somebody that we also were interested in because he's just not as balanced as my boy DePaula, though, and he wants more money. We wanted to see what like playing time and stuff these guys would want. And Jens Kajust is just a little bit more money, and the thing is, the value is there. Like, I'd love to sign him and then sell him, but I'm not going to do that.
Jin.
I mean, the weird thing is, right, it's...
But you have to wonder, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, how the FM's engine is quite...
Well, I think the engine that FM uses is fine. It's just that they don't invest much into the art budget because a large majority of people play on laptops that don't have graphics cards.
But then this is on phones. Top 11 is made for phones.
Well, yeah, but that's I mean, phones are getting more powerful than a lot of laptops now. Like, you buy a phone now, it has a processing power that's better than a laptop from 5 years ago.
I guess the question is, do people think that this looks better than Football Manager?
I don't think that's the question that needs to be answering. I think it comes down to
we don't even have burger fans. So
what is the critical turning point where, like, basically, it's not, in my opinion, it's not how game development should work that we get a 3D match engine like visual overhaul every 5 years. In terms of the fundamentals, I want a solid foundation that can be improved on year, rather than, hey, here's some new stadiums we plugged in 5 years ago, and then we don't see them change progressively. Because I think the issue is that the art of Football Manager, like the art direction, is always going to come secondary. But I hold hope that with the Xbox edition and with there being this whole new player base who play on machines that have a standardized spec that is more than capable of running 3D, that popularity might be the push that SI needs to actually invest more into the 3D match engine's fidelity.
That's interesting because they would never use, like, obviously it's quite a major, the 3D engine is a major, this is the bit I find interesting. I think this is the most telling bit, actually.
So someone's written in my chat, like, gameplay overlooks me, I'd rather they work on the game itself, but you can have both. it's not like the people working on 3D are like take away from programming time. Ultimately, Football Manager just doesn't have a massive art team. It's never been a priority, and I think it should be.
The thing that's telling to me is that we are given 6 different camera angles, or whatever it is, so 7 total, 1 2D, 7 3D camera angles. And 3D is pushed by the developers, right? Miles says 3D always looks like better than it ever has done, this sort of thing. But you will never find Football Manager's 3D engine used in their promotional campaigns. When you think about the promotional campaigns and the adverts for Football Manager, you will never see the 3D engine used within any of it. And that to me is quite telling that it's, again, I believe, I don't disagree that the fundamental parts of the game and how you manage the team is the most important part. I completely agree with that. But from a visual perspective, we never see that used in their way to sell their own game.
Maybe people disagree with this. Someone's written in my chat, although between them fixing dynamic youth development and slightly better ground graphics, what's more important? I'm not asking for slightly better ground graphics.
Why'd you have to choose?
Even if we did have to choose,
that's the bit that's weird to me.
This might be weird. I would rather have a better looking 3D engine that I see constantly over a tweak fixing, or say fixing dynamic youth ratings.
Which are you spending more time looking at? Is arguably the point, right? Yes, dynamic youth rating is great, and you'd want it to be working.
I want both, to be
intended.
clear. But if you're saying, would you rather have marginally better graphics or dynamic youth rating work better than it does now?
I don't think we have to choose.
Hot take. I'd probably prefer the slightly better 3D.
Me too. But so the question.
Yeah, we got Potence for 9 million. So a decent chunk of change to put in the balance. We also move his pretty sizable wage and his demands for playing time. We move him on, ultimatums out to Atalanta and Fiorentina, but Bournemouth absolutely have the money to pay his wage and bring him in, and he'll be an important player there. We just got to make sure we don't anger them too much. We're getting rid of 2 Portuguese players. But we signed so many Portuguese players over the last couple of years, I can't imagine the board would get upset with us.
This is probably the sort of sit-down conversation people would be fascinated to hear us 4 talk about.
I actually don't disagree with that. I was enjoying listening to you guys talk about it. I was kind of just, clicking through my business.
What do you think the word, other than international management, which is obviously that is number 1, but outside of that, what do you think is the
the international management is the worst one? I think I get really fixated on the set piece thing. I think for a game that values, for a game that admits itself, really values the tinkering, and it allows you, if you want to, obviously you can be Kev if you want to, but it also allows you to just bury yourself in what is the right way to do something and setting up every situation, that for your free kick plays offensively and defensively, you just have almost no control over them. And for your set pieces, they're still, it's very limited, and then the way that the screen is put together is just not user friendly at all.
Shall I play devil's advocate? Because to be clear, I totally agree with you. But what someone might say is, if they give you too much control, does it become too powerful for the user?
No, I don't think it should. I think that if it does become too powerful to the user, that's like saying, well, if you give people too much control over the match engine, then they're just going to break it. And eventually they figured out how to make a match engine that you couldn't just completely break no matter what you did. And you feel like tactically we have a lot of control over what's happening. So I feel the number one thing they need for set pieces is presets. The same thing they do with tactics. What you have on set pieces is you have I want to run a near that could actually make it easier for people, because a lot of people don't open it because it requires this Tinkerman mindset. And so if you go into the set pieces and you just preset near post, and then you're good.
Can I suggest something? Do you think mental attributes should all be hidden?
I think all attributes should be hidden.
I don't think mental attributes.
There's a bigger conversation. There's a bigger conversation.
I think they hide the right amount of attributes.
I think they should just add more customization options. If you want to hide attributes at launch, you should be able to.
I think it's enough to have a report that says this player's really fast. You don't need to know he's 18 out of 20 fast. Just he's really fast. That's enough information.
But do you think as a snapshot that's harder to digest for someone than to look at a profile with?
That would be great. Because in real
think
life, you
remote-
can't just look at a player instantly and know what they're good at and what they're not.
So you're saying it should be harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's someone for difficult. I think the game's got easier.
I think it's easier for people that have been playing
probably
it for a longer period of time.
It
but I
always
don't think it's
feels
easy
like
for
it
new
gets
people.
easier because we've been playing the game for.
Yeah, I
longer
don't think it's
and
easy to
longer
pick
and
up.
It's not easy to pick up. I know that because I attempt to explain the game that I play, and I just give up at a certain point sometimes.
I feel like the game has changed a lot, though. Like, there are way more tools that can give you an advantage over the AI as you add more and more features. Because at the end of the day, you're like playing poker hands when you go into a match. Like, you can play the best tactic possible and have the odds weighed in your favor, but you can still not win. Just like
Someone in my chat
poker.
just said the little polygon thing. That'd be fine. You don't need the numbers. Just have that.
That deal is so good, dude. That deal is so good. I love Gedson Fernandez.
talks as options and like just more team meetings, more dynamics, but that's basically giving you more and more ways to get an edge over the AI. And
If I can sign Gedson Fernandez, as is an impact sub so that I don't have to register him for the Champions League, that is going to be the signing of the offseason. Because he will be able to play and contribute in the league a ton. That's what we need, is players that can play in all those matches, contribute in the league, be at that super high level. Joaquin Correa, I really don't like Correa. But we move. We need another striker too. I need to pick up a budget striker for like 15-20 million. I'm gonna look at the here you go, look at something
And put it across those
like,
main categories you've got on the polygons. You can give them 4 out of 5 for defending, 3 out of 5 for physical, and just give rough ideas. And then you have to work it out.
Does it really well. You just have a great. You know how you get your recommendation grading? Basically, they break down different elements of a hockey player's games, like their skating, stick control, like I can't remember what the others are, but it kind of is inconsequential, and it just rates them from A to F, like a grade sheet, like an actual scout would grade a player in real life. And then alongside that, in Eastside Hockey Manager, you have a written scout report where it auto generates.
The coach report's got enough information already. I'm looking at Kevin Mbabu now. It says he's got a long throw, he's really quick, he's a physical player, he's not very consistent, and he's got a fairly determined attitude. That's plenty of information. You don't need numbers. Just reading the scout report, that's loads of information. But you now know basically what he is. He's a really quick fullback.
Yeah, but the difference between him, I guess the argument would be then, is that how do you quantify the difference between him and someone who is equally like that, but at, like, I don't know, League 2 level, who is a quick fullback still?
But he has
who
a
is
lower star
consistent.
rating.
I just want to see what these guys want playing time wise.
Premier League player.
So it's only based upon, so it's entirely based, actually, not only, but it's entirely based on
It always has
your-
to be
your
relative.
staff. So your staff have to be the people to indicate whether that player is this good or that good.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That's basically how I play the game. I don't really look at the attributes unless I'm playing in the Showdown. I usually do everything based off these reports anyway.
So now you saying unless I'm in the Showdown is completely contradictory to your entire point because you want
Well, no,
seven of
because
them.
the attributes make it easier. So when I'm in the Showdown, I look at the attributes because I need all the edge there.
So you're saying you're intentionally making Football Manager harder for yourself to make it more interesting, to make it a better game?
I like messing up. I like getting transfers wrong.
So
If you look at attributes, it's pretty hard to mess up a transfer.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, and we can all answer this, how hard do we think Football Manager is? And obviously people in chats can say that they're their own.
I would say it's like a 3 out of 10. I genuinely think I could go to pretty much any club and win the league within 2 years and then win it every year.
So to clarify the question, how hard it is, how hard is it for you? Not from a general perspective. Like, again, I'm asking out of 10.
For me, it's a 3 out of 10.
Right? For you, it's a 3, Jack?
What, in terms of difficulty for me or difficulty for anyone?
For you.
I don't even know how you it's easy.
Yeah, I was like, I don't really know how to.
I can't do.
easy.
I can't do badly.
Yeah,
It's
which is
very
why I
difficult for
make
me
it
to do
harder for myself to
badly.
make the videos interesting.
So you're probably similar to Kev then, in that there'll be situations that are tricky, but actually overall, so you're like a 2 or 3.
There is stuff where I intentionally do stuff wrong, and then the YouTube comment section will ridicule me for I'm intentionally not playing the game optimally.
See, that's why I play with my rules, because then I don't have to intentionally do stuff wrong, but I'll make mistakes through lack of information.
that's interesting, isn't it? Because I'm sort of well documented in that I never play optimally. It doesn't mean I don't know how to play optimally, but I don't ever play optimally for
the only time I do is when I'm in the showdown.
Yeah, see, I don't even then.
I also like not knowing everything that's optimal. I feel like the game gets boring if you start to gamify
we've got
it.
Dean Gripton in the chat off of Football Manager saying he thinks it's too easy for an experienced FMer. The lower leagues in particular are too easy to whiz through. So he confirms. The voice of SI has spoken.
I mean,
asterisks
here. The views of an employer that may not be representative of their employer.
Yeah, I'm just throwing him under the bus because he's commenting in my chat.
I think it's a good conversation to have, though. With people from SI.
How do you make it harder for us, but still accessible to new people? That's the problem.
This is the question. Well, this brings up to the ultimate questions. Should there be a difficulty level in Football Manager, and if so, what does that look like? Is that to play on quote unquote hard mode, they take away attributes?
I feel like a difficulty setting already exists.
Where? How?
Well, in terms of you can choose attribute masking depending on what you delegate to your staff. Like you can make the game easier or harder for yourself. Like just it's not in an official capacity. Like the game already has essentially stuff that you can do to make it difficult. Be that you don't take control of training and you delegate it. You don't assign your scouts, because I think if you micro absolutely everything, it's almost impossible to go wrong.
It also takes an absolute age doing it that way.
Their job, and everyone is different in this, right? So I acknowledge that the game is easier, and I could make it harder by using attribute masking. But ultimately, I'm finding the balance between what is hard and what is fun, and that's basically what they're having to come to the conclusion of at the end, because they are making a football simulator, but they're also making a game. Like, you don't want to load Football Manager and go, bloody hell, I'm going to have to go through all this scouting because I don't know.
Versions, one hardcore one and one
they're trying,
for example.
But they're trying to create snapshots. And it's interesting, Kev, that you'd want it to be harder. But as a creator, you probably wouldn't want it to be harder, actually.
I think I would. I think for a long-running series, like, for example, in Non-League to Legend, I've won the league at Norwich, then immediately went and won the league at Real Madrid. Now I'm doing really well at Dortmund, and it's like, well, I go from club to club to club, and I'm not failing anywhere. So I either have to deliberately manage a club that's not realistic for someone who's already managed top teams to go to, or I go in accepting the fact I'm going to win the league within a year or two, and I'm probably going to win the Champions League within a year or two. And it's kind of inevitable. So I think from a content point of view, it would be better if the game was harder. I'd love to get sacked more often and fail more often, because it's
should really play like I play. Should really follow my model. But it's interesting. I've taken a series off YouTube because it was quote unquote too easy.
I mean, the issue, I mean, it's tricky, right? Like, I'm doing a save at the moment with Sochaux, French second division. Intentionally not playing optimally, only allow myself to sign French players and one foreign player a year. And in 3 years, I've gone from League 2 to finishing 10 points behind PSG in second and getting Champions League football 2 years in a row.
You're just a special talent, Jack.
Well, no, I mean, but that's the issue for me, is that I am intentionally trying to do stuff suboptimally. I am limiting my transfer pool so much. I have like the lowest budget in the league, but because I've played the game, I can still just come second without microing everything, just because I think the game is too easy. Like,
it's interesting, but then much like the fellow from SI said as well, that for us, we're at that point, and for many people watching right now who have probably played the game for years, we're at that point. But if you're a new player, it is like, and Holly would be a great example of this, it's an incredibly complex game to learn. Like, and to have the understanding that we have has taken us, like, Z's fast tracked it a bit, but it takes a lot of people like a decade or half a decade to get to that point.
Counterpoint that, I'm sure Holly won't mind me saying this. Holly got sacked 1 year, and with maybe an hour of advice from me, was able to then, the second season, win the championship with Hull comfortably and get promoted with like the third lowest budget in the championship as a completely new player.
She's obviously got some special talent to be able to listen to you for an hour.
And she won the stream of Showdown. I mean, you've done it for 2 hours today, Kev.
Oh, goodness me.
We're all just got talented people here.
To be fair, Kev's right.
I mean, true. But like, I do think the game is just too easy.
Interesting. So what do we do about it? Start our own game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that would be the solution right now.
Soccer Manager, anyone? Soccer Manager network game? Soccer.
It's an interesting conversation. I hope people are enjoying the chat. There's not really a right answer. None of us are right in this, but like we obviously all have different views on it. It's interesting.
I think the other tricky thing for SI is, you know, you want to add in more features and give people options of how to play the game. But there's like this weird thing where you can't make it so everything that gets added is necessary to do, because there's certain stuff people aren't going to touch, like press conferences, like training and stuff. But if you know people aren't going to touch them, then it's like they can't be that powerful. Otherwise, people who don't use them would just struggle.
Well, that's the important thing. There's a difference between making the game harder and making it take longer. I don't want it to take longer. I want it to be harder.
Okay,
I don't want to have more stuff to do.
So the question is, can that coexist? Because I'm not sure it can. I think Football Manager is trying to get better at giving you snapshots of information that you can digest quickly and then use to make your game or to make your managing experience more realistic and more fun. I think they're trying to do that with data this year. For those that are like, well, when have they done that? With data, they're doing it this year. The Data Hub, that's what it's there for. They're trying to give you a quick snapshot of how you can process what's happening within your game. So can you do that with a player profile screen? Because they might say, well, yeah, your snapshot is the fact that your key attributes and your most proficient attributes are green, and the ones that aren't so good are grey. And that, so when I'm looking at a player profile, I'm not looking at every single attribute. I'm going, he looks like he's probably pretty good straight away. And can you do that when you have to read X amount of lines? Or would you become accustomed to seeing, like, so in the coach report, each pro has a picture. Would you become accustomed to knowing what all of those were? And is that how you would do it? Would you just think, oh, actually, I know that means natural in a couple of positions, etc.?
Genuinely, I think the easiest thing to do to make FM more difficult would be to have more hidden attributes and have hidden attributes that exist more powerful and more obfuscated. It's kind of unrealistic. I can go and find a 16-year-old in Paraguay, scout him for 3 weeks and go, very consistent, not injury prone. It's like he's never got injured before. Like, you could have a player who's not labelled as injury prone because he's never had a serious injury, but then suddenly he breaks his leg once and it turns into, say, a recurring injury where he never gets up to full fitness. But you know he's injury prone before he's broken his leg. If you see what I mean.
I don't see that player.
Interesting.
Well, no, those scouts would still bring you that player and give you those scout reports, though, Kevin.
That's ambitious. I don't know that they would.
That's so funny. Like, Clayton thinks that's equally funny. That's so good that you could scout a player for a few weeks and go, very consistent. Look at it.
It's like played 2 professional games.
In the 3 weeks I saw, incredibly consistent.
Definitely has 20 like pace. Yeah. I just feel like you could do way. You could have way more.
An attribute. I'm looking at the attribute.
Basically, I think there should be more hidden factors that you can't see at all / easily see within a few weeks of scouting that influence how players act and perform.
I'll tell you what, they're gonna have to get another pad, the guys at SI, in the last half an hour. Crikey.
Like, do you not think it's a bit mad that you could just go and scout like a 16-year-old and go, he's determined, like after a week? Like, player personalities, like you should get misinformation as well. Like, if you scout a player, a scout might see him play 2 games ago. He had a great work rate that game, great determination. He comes, it's like, okay.
I'll be completely honest. I think you do get misinformation on potential. Like, there are absolutely players in the game where they will have like 5-star potential and they're just not.
Oh, of course, but I feel like it doesn't burn you when it's a player who's super young as much.
Should I sign?
You've looked at that, right, Z? You did a video on this. So I'm a big fan of the channel, where you looked at scout reports and scouting being inaccurate, despite they could be like the most perfect scout. They could still inaccurately scout players.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So big fan. Watch a lot of Z then.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
So it already exists.
Yeah, no, I call them. Well, I came up with different terms. I can't remember what they were, but I know the last and worst category are the illusionists. These are the people that you think are got world-class potential, but it's just actually not there.
But the issue with those players.
Well, there you go. Then, rather than having the attributes as absolute, have them based on what your scout thinks, like the scouting stuff is. So the attributes will change depending on whose lens you're looking through. Then you have to decide who you trust. That'd be beautiful.
There's also the issue of, like, with those players who you sign because you're scouts, even after like months of scouting, think have good potential, you sign them. they're at the club for a year, and then you go, actually, this person doesn't have good potential.
Yeah, they just haven't improved
then
much.
Then you can still sell them on, because the way the AI views them is they might still have that potential that you also saw.
Is the irony in a game that's trying to be as realistic as possible, its biggest flaws is that it's not realistic?
Yeah, but then again, it can't be realistic because we aren't credited UEFA coaches.
I think you shouldn't be allowed to launch the game until you have your National B license. You have to. You can be a coach, then you have to add in your serial number on the back of your certificate you get off the FA. Then you're allowed to play different bits.
Now we're talking.
So we think making it harder is ultimately making it harder is making it more realistic. That's how you make it harder.
I think making it harder is making it less possible to know everything. Like, Z makes a great point. Like, potential is that thing, but there should be more variabilities and more variables that aren't as clear, like potential. Like, as far as I'm concerned, something like consistency should be something that you can only know after a player's played at your club for like 2 or 3 seasons. Not something that you could just
probably, but like, you know, the majority of a season, and then you kind of have a feel for it. I think makes sense.
But like the idea that you can scout a player, like I guess the argument is a scout could go back and watch a certain player's last 2 seasons of matches and go, he's consistent or not. But it's just a bit of a flawed notion, the fact you can scout a player for full knowledge in the month.
There's a question I don't know. I genuinely don't know the answer to. I assume the answer is obviously, and I don't think anyone's tested this. See, this is a video.
Okay.
Can hidden attributes change?
Yes.
Yeah, they can.
Dramatically so.
No, not dramatic. Not dramatic. The important ones.
Injury proneness can like shoot up, and consistency can change like through game time.
So the one I would bring up is Loris Karius makes a big mistake in the Champions League final. With his important matches, bomb if you make a big mistake. Is that the sort of attribute that should be changing? Because there's no doubt Karius was affected massive. That one game against Madrid for Liverpool, he in Football Manager took a massive hit, probably with hidden attributes and with his own mental attributes.
Yes.
So can that? But what I'm saying is, can that happen in game? If you're a goalkeeper score an own goal or a defender score an own goal, would that then hinder his hidden attributes massively? As in the same way that they would react to it game to game. It's interesting, isn't it?
My question would be though, like, if you have a big error in a one-off final, does that mean you're actually bad at important matches, or does that mean you just had one lapse in concentration?
This is the thing. But XI have changed it. That is literally my point though. Does it mean that? Because Football Manager definitely hindered him or hurt him because of that. But would that actually happen within an actual save game? I don't think it would.
No, I don't think it would either.
I think it changes like bravery. What can, because bravery is the one attribute that can massively fluctuate, and like often it goes back up. But like a player can get a bad injury and their bravery tanks. I just feel like there should be basically, I think there should be more stuff that happens outside the user's control that radically alters how players play, and like there's just you're almost given too much information as the user to make informed decisions. Bizarrely.
But does that come back to what Kevin said a minute ago? Which is, and again, whether I agree with all this or not, I'm sort of directing the conversation a bit. That what you're actually wanting is to you'll end up spending a lot more time doing what some people will describe as trivial. And again, I'm not saying we would or you would, but some people would. In fact, I probably would, because you'd be required. Of course, you play like trivial, but for Kev wouldn't want to spend. We'll use Kev as the example then. Kev doesn't want to spend more time than he's currently spending. He just wants to be able to process the information in a different way, which is more realistic. I'm glad I'm not Sports Interactive.
I just think it's easy. Most video games, when you start anything, you're given difficulty settings or just settings that alter how you play the game.
And you think there should be a lot more of those? Basically?
I feel like there could be more in Football Manager. We've had like the same 10 things you can change as tick boxes for 20 years.
Okay. So there it is. That's the conclusion. We're still July 1st.
I think the key to making
it's
the game...
It's barely lunchtime on July the 1st as well.
I think the key to making the game harder, I was literally just listening to you guys talk like a podcast there for a while, was it good? It's all in the attributes, because the most unrealistic thing about Football Manager is that you can pretty quickly, and especially the way we're playing the network save to save time, is you can see every attribute in the game on somebody immediately. The fact that you can get the attributes that quickly is the most unrealistic thing about the game by far.
Mm.
And so if you want to make the game harder, you just create some sort of hardcore mode where you can get these extra achievements in it. And you have it where you can't see the attributes, and that's it.
Interesting. I think you're probably right.
Can I apply for the Man City job?
I already have.
I say yes.
There
then.
is a way to hide attributes on your player screen just by fiddling with the stuff.
I
I've
mean,
just done it on mine. Attributes are now hidden.
People have done skins before where, like, basically,
This isn't
depending
even.
on,
This is just with the basic skin. You can just choose the different drop-down options, and attributes are hidden now.
people have done stuff like with skins before where, like, if a certain
I see what you
attribute is
mean.
between 1 and 5, 5 and 10, 10 and 15, 15 and 20, like, it's a different color.
I mean, I can't do it here, but I know what you mean, Kev.
Which I don't
quite like
necessarily
that.
think is a bad thing.
I mean, I could do that, for example, and that. So what you're saying is I could have it where it's like this. I know you're not looking at my screen, but
I'm going to come and have a look. That'll learn you.
and instead of having attributes, have personal information or have training showing or have.
Yeah, so I had mine. So I've got the little polygon thing, and I've added their biographies.
Or have
It's the only
form.
thing I could add.
Yeah.
What's attribute analysis? Oh, that's that. Okay.
But I have to be completely honest. I totally agree that would make it harder. I would hate it. To me, attributes are fundamental to part of my enjoyment of Football Manager.
Well, then you
But
don't
that-
play
that's
with
just-
that part on, I guess. That's like the point.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying for me personally, like when I see a striker with 20 finishing or 20 technique, I'm excited. Like
Yeah,
find
yeah. I get
and when
it.
regen day comes through and you find out that they are this good at a certain thing, you're like, oh wow, this is going to be
Right,
my
right.
guy. Like there's things like that I really love and look out for. And it is arguably how I'm judging how good a player is or isn't, and I'm not looking at his scout report to find that out.
Mm-hmm.
But then I can accept that it makes it harder and whatever else.
I just think it's difficult to make a bad decision in FM if you know what you're doing. Like you get to a formulaic point with even like meetings where you know what you need to tell certain players most of the time. Team meetings, the one exception because they're just bloody random. But
Well,
like,
team meeting, you just have to say whatever the pre-advice was for your assistant manager, and that always
Are we
works.
talking? I want to try because I want to try and include as many people in this conversation as possible.
Right.
Are we looking at it too much from a creator standpoint? Because you've already said that like we have to make we make decisions in saves and not to like make it not real, but like I'm definitely someone that does this as are you, Jack. But I think you've turned into this a little bit more. Is that and Z's not this at all, I would argue, in his stream save, and Kev probably plays in the middle of that, is that we make decisions that, as we talked about before, are not optimal to getting the best. But do people at home play it like that? Are they creating their own like narrative drawn spun storylines based on how they want to play the game? Or is everyone playing to be the best? Or are they putting like these self-inflicted
totally
restrictions
just-
on themselves?
My
I think
rules I've played with for the last 15 years, well
I feel
before
like
YouTube.
people play for people. Some people want to play FM and just win everything, right? But I think for most people want to like
I wanted to be able
immerse
to play
themselves
it
in a
every
football
day
universe.
throughout the year and not get bored.
Don't get me wrong. You don't want to make it too
doing
hard, but like I think this is where it comes down to the whole fact that there should just be more settings to tailor the game for how you enjoy it, because there are so many different ways to play and enjoy Football Manager, and like even though pretty much everyone plays by the same predefined rules, so many people approach the game differently with what they do and don't do. And whilst you can partially do that through staff responsibilities, fundamentally, I think there's some very subtle adjustments that you could have as options at the start of a save game that would radically alter how people play and enjoy the game without compromising it for another group of people who play it differently.
Yeah, I think you're right. So the question for us that we can't answer, and we're not saying we know the answer, is why haven't they?
And if they want us to come in and fix it, we are available at a certain price. We'll come down, we'll fix it for you.
It's funny because I think the conversation we're having now is that we've probably had privately before amongst ourselves. I definitely have with different creators before, but it's not a conversation that the 4 biggest YouTubers have ever talked about before publicly. And people probably don't think that we think about the game like this ever. But we've all got lots of opinions on it. We've all got lots of thoughts on it.
I think the weird thing with
Serious.
Football Manager is, right,
Are we the problem? Is what I'm getting at, because we've never talked about it. Are we the problem? I don't know.
Maybe.
Oh, we're great.
I mean, the thing with Football Manager is, right, like they're adding in more and more stuff every year, but you are going to hit a critical point where adding in more stuff, minutia for people to do is just going to become unenjoyable. Like,
That happened like 3 years ago.
It becomes
development center.
Exactly, and everyone has their own own preferences, and ultimately, I think a really easy win for SI that doesn't involve adding more shit to the game that people don't actually enjoy doing is to add more options for how people can approach the stuff that already exists. Because that almost gives you more different ways to approach the game than adding in more data can, in the most polite way.
Okay.
Like, in many ways, if you're like, we're adding in an Iron Man mode where you can't save the game other than after matches, and it saves during matches, so you can't possibly save scum. Attributes are more hidden, and that was a feature.
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
And that stuff already existed, like some kind of Iron Man mode where it's like, they label it as a hardcore mode Football Manager where attributes are maybe more dynamic, where for players, someone mentioned in my chat, like you could have it where attributes are just way more like volatile. So a player plays really well, their attributes go up and they play to it, which is basically what already happens through dice rolls with stuff like consistency, right? Like a player doesn't always perform to the attributes that you see. That's kind of just like a weighted way at how good they'll be at certain stuff within a match. Like there's just infinite math that goes into it all in terms of whether or not a player scores finishing.
Just say math.
I did say math. But basically, I think rather than adding more stuff to the game, just altering how people can approach what already exists is almost a bigger win for SI that gives people more radically different ways to play the stuff that they already enjoy doing.
So is it, again, this is, I'll say it again because I don't want to upset anyone at SI really, because I don't have to, I don't have to change the title of my stream. Doing jokes. Is it a case that they've not done it because of the amount of work it would take to do it? Like, is what you're asking for too big a job? Like, because what the conflict I have is, why haven't they done this? It's not like what you're saying about like Iron Man modes and stuff haven't been talked about for the last 10 years. I've seen them being talked about.
I think there's been a change.
I suggest the reason they've not done it is because playtime and sales numbers are going up every year. So why do they need to?
That's it, right? And again, that's what we're coming at it. We are, this is a quote Miles, we are the hardcore of the hardcore when it comes to Football Manager. Like, we will buy it religiously no matter what. We will make content on it no matter what. Like us especially, right? More so than anybody else who like plays the game. We play it professionally to a degree. I don't need jokes made at that point. I just had. So they don't have to. So us talking about it, that's why I'm interested. I'm reading a lot of what people are saying in other chats because I'm fascinated to know what other people think. In that we're not coming at it from a perspective of keep it light, keep it fun, talking about hard modes and Iron Man modes. If say 1 million people buy it every year, how many people actually want that? Like.
Well, I'm not necessarily asking for an Iron Man mode. I'm looking for more different variabilities.
So when I say that, by that I should have clarified. How many people want it to be entirely customizable, so everyone is essentially playing a different game?
Well, I feel like that kind of already exists, right? Through like a
you're right. You're right. Probably right.
I think the other thing is like SI work on like a roadmap of like 5 years. Like they plan what's coming up in upcoming games like in advance. And I feel like this conversation around is the game getting too easy, is the game getting too bloated, is becoming a bigger conversation in the last few years than it ever has, at least in my memory. Obviously, I feel like it's always been a conversation that's been had, but I feel like the game has now been more and more popular for like 5 years. There is a large portion of people who discovered the game probably 5 years ago who are now getting to the point now where it feels too easy for them. And like the game hasn't changed to get harder in the last 15 years.
Allow me to give you an example. Let's have a look at my brother for a moment.
Where are we going?
My brother, massive Football Manager fan, all his life, loves it, gets it every year. I'm just looking at his Steam stats. He played FM21 for 54 hours. FM22, he's currently got 24 hours of gameplay on this year's game. He has got 2 young kids, busy job, all that kind of stuff. You can't scare that guy away by making it too complicated, and I think that's where the balance has to come in. There's a lot of people like that who are playing like a normal game where they're doing 20, 30, 40 hours over the year.
Of course, but I'm not saying
they don't care about that, do they?
Yeah, they just want the money.
They want you to
He
buy
buys
it.
the game every year. That's the key thing. You can't make it so that he's not going to buy the game each year because it's got too complicated. Even having complicated settings at the start, if he has to go through 5 menus to customizing the game setup before he can even play it, that's like a 10th of his game time for the year gone.
So the question I think I've come to the question. The question is, how long would you need to be playing before a more custom? And you'd argue that customization is never bad. I think Jack would argue, but like, how long do you have to be playing before you think, actually, I want to move away from what is the base product and turn it into something which is alternative, which would be the customizable elements that Jack is talking about? How long do you have to play it for? Until you want to do that, because most people picking up any game will play it the basic way to begin with, and then once they understand it and have a knowledge where, well, actually now this bit's too easy, then they will try and make it harder for themselves, choosing different types of settings. So how long do you have to play it for to get to that point? Or is there not? Is there not a number on that?
You probably do a couple of seasons, win the league with the team you support, kind of thing, isn't it? And then you're right. Now I need a new challenge.
But then, how many saves are you playing throughout a year?
Well, I imagine there's a lot of people who are never getting to that point and they're just happy with how it is.
And that's what I mean. And I think that is the majority of people, and that is why they haven't changed it, because there isn't enough people playing 3 to 4 different saves where they would change how the game functions and is utilized. Like, so in all the chats right now, how many saves on average do you play every single year in Football Manager? For me,
don't forget the people who are in these chats.
6.
It's April in the afternoon. These are the hardcore as well. We haven't got any of the normals here.
I bet the answer is 1 for most people.
It's
or
1,
or less
2,
than
or
2.
3. Yeah.
The thing is, proportionally, whilst the hardcore group might be the kind of, same percentage, there are more and more people playing Football Manager than ever. And I think that is becoming a larger voice. A larger number of people would make use of it.
Kev made me look this up. My brother also buys Football Manager every year, plays it all the time, and this year is by far the lowest amount of time that he's put into it.
The thing is as well, the non-hardcore don't buy the game every year anyway. Like, a lot of them don't even care about the actual features that get added on year. They literally go, oh, it's got the updated rosters and I've not played one in a couple of years, I'll pick it up and play it.
But they're still selling 1 million a year.
Yeah, but like, undoubtedly the game sells alternate years. Like, most people I know don't buy the game every year.
This is a good point. It's not just that we're like in the afternoon on a weekday. It's that people that are here are consuming content around Football Manager, and I feel like that is, if you are stepping out of your realm to actually consume content around Football Manager, you are just inherently like one of the hardcore people.
And what are we, 10%? 20%? Of the overall player base?
Well, if they're selling 1 million a year, I reckon there's probably 100,000 people consuming content regularly.
No, I reckon
so. Yeah, about 10%.
I'd say it's between 10 and 20%, which is why I'm really conscious that when we talk about it, I'm not just looking at it from my rose-tinted, I make Football Manager videos and stream Football Manager. You have to take into account the 80% of the people that aren't here. It's not just our game. Right, as much as like people on foot, but then it's interesting, isn't it? Because when you do this is the funniest bit. When you say to Miles on Twitter or someone on Football Manager, they say, "We'll put it on the forums." And I think to go on the Football Manager forums, you have to be part of that 20%. So actually, that 20% probably are shaping how Football Manager looks for everybody else. So are we in a position, because we think about it at this level, our opinions are, to some level, worth more because we're more likely to voice them in places where they're more likely to listen?
Do you not think there's been a shift in attitude towards like content creation and content around video games as well, though? Because as much as like, I think there's a demographic of hardcore players who probably were always on like the SI forums 15 years ago. And then I think about the audience that I had, say, 8 years ago when I was like a year into doing video content. Like, I feel like the notion of watching and consuming content around games has become more mainstream and like less uncool.
Which is great for us, but ultimately it doesn't, like, the decisions the Football Manager make don't seem particularly affected by that fact.
I guess what I'm saying is I think not everyone who consumes content is a hardcore FM player. Like, don't get me wrong, the vast majority are, but I would say there's a pretty decent subsection who watch us as a substitute to playing the game themselves. Or
I would say they're certainly in the top 15-20% of the most hardcore.
That's why I'd say they're probably still in that top 20%.
Do you know,
my brother's never watched a Football Manager video in his life.
I think
Ian knows you about yours.
But do you not think there's a hardcore group of football manager players, especially for a game that is like has an older demographic who just are so hardcore they almost don't watch the content that we do or content on YouTube? They would rather read blogs or be on the SI forums instead.
So
But I feel like there is a hardcore that transcends just consuming content.
you're right. So that's interesting as a point in itself. Of the 20%, let's round it up to 20%, right? The 20% of people that consume content, what percentage of people in the 100% don't know we exist? Because it's quite hard if you want to know when Football Manager's coming out and things like that. It's quite hard to avoid Football Manager content now.
The weird thing is, right, I think Football Manager is a game that is bought by a lot of people who aren't your traditional gamers. They're probably not people who are active on Reddit, Twitter, social media to do with it. They're the kind of people who go into Game or GameStop and go, oh, that football game that I bought a couple of years ago is on sale still.
So
anyone who's ever put Football Manager into YouTube has seen one of our faces. There's no way.
The thing is, how many people? I don't think I think there is a large group of people that we're not really accounted for here who don't watch YouTube, which might sound mental, but Football Manager is a game that has a way older player
like
base.
Scum, quite frankly.
I just typed in
the most common thing you'll hear from a new viewer, and I reckon we've all had this, so it'll resonate with all of us, is, oh, I didn't know this existed until I started getting into it. It was like, I didn't realize there was a community. I hear that comment a lot.
That's what I said years ago.
So did I. So, and I don't think that's changed. It's not like people don't know that there is FIFA content in the same way, right? If you play FIFA, you know, every FIFA player knows about the content that surrounds that game. Whereas I don't think if Football Manager, and that would bring me on to chapter 2 of this conversation, which is online play.
This is now episode 2 of this podcast that is being edited.
Put an edit in there. Edit through.
Is online the conduit between the people that don't know we exist and the people that do, because those people would maybe come together? Or is online, again, part of the 20%, and in fact it's actually 5% of the 20%, or is it 3% of the 20% that care about online play? Now, I'm talking as the person, to big myself up a little bit, that created the biggest Football Manager competition online ever. Like, and even I accept that it probably makes up for less than 5% of the overall player base of Football Manager. It's difficult.
I think fundamentally, Football Manager, I used the word fundamentally again. Football Manager is a game that's built on a single player experience, right? And so that's always going to be the bread and butter of it. Obviously, we've seen a shift with the emergence of the console version of the game that has seen more people play on machines capable of playing in better 3D, but also people playing on a platform in Xbox, which is just, built on a multiplayer base. Like, people buy Xboxes, buy games consoles. I'd say 80% of them to play games at least online in some capacity, be that with friends or be that just playing against other humans. And I think that shift in attitude is probably pushing the needle on what portion of the Football Manager community engage in multiplayer. And then the question becomes, right, what is the long-term strategy for Football Manager of Xbox? Is it going to be like the Vita version of the game where it gets pushed out for like a year or two and then they pull the plug? Or are Football Manager going to put it on Xbox, go, crap, this is selling really, really well, which I think I'd like to think is the case. I think by all accounts, it's been a really big success for SI, the console version. And if that is the case, it's like the Xbox edition and the PC edition aren't that different. Like, they share so much of the fundamental code with one another that it's a case of like when the match engine gets updated for one, the same match engine exists in the other, right?
Yeah.
So does that extend to multiplayer where you look at it and go, well, we've got this massive group of Xbox people, loads of them are playing online with their friends. What can we do to improve their experience? And then how does that then translate over to the PC version? Because from a game development perspective, the more that you can pull your resources together and basically produce one thing for a game that benefits the other, the better. You get more bang for your buck.
Yeah.
And so I think we're going to see a shift in multiplayer and how it's approached. And like, obviously versus mode this year is kind of an example of that. I still think it's lacking. I feel like there's some basic stuff that it gets wrong, but I still find it exciting to see SI at least trying in that area.
It's the biggest issue with online. Like, to me, if someone said to me, "What's the biggest issue with online?" Like, there's loads of things I could pinpoint, but the number one issue with online is that they can't use us to promote it, and that is their biggest issue.
I do think that is a big issue for them.
So because so for those who don't know, Football Manager can't necessarily be seen to work directly with us or in conjunction with us, because as you watch this save right now, we are using face packs and mod packs that are not sold as part of the base game, and Football Manager Sports Interactive do not hold the license to those things, but equally acknowledge that, you know what, if you want to use them, you use them, but as creators, we then can't have a direct and public relationship with them. So because of that, and we sort of all accept that, and I think for a lot of it, like me, Kev, Jack have been doing this a long time, Z more recently, we accept that because we think that ultimately people would rather watch things with face packs and badge packs. If you don't use them at the start of a save, my word, you get comments about it. Like, it's almost like a given, and you yourself playing right now probably use these packs that exist out in the world because, again, they enhance the way in which you play the game. So because they can't have that direct relationship with us, and a relationship that we are basically rejecting by using it, they can't then use our viewership to promote new modes and new features and things like that.
I don't agree that that's the biggest issue with multiplayer FM.
It's the current biggest issue, because
I don't think
again,
it's the biggest issue. I think it is a significant issue.
I think it's a huge issue, but I agree with you, Jack. It's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is because of what online is. But right now we can only work with what currently exists, which is why I'm talking about it, really. Like, we've done this 100 times. If you want us to talk about the things they could do with online to make it bigger and better, then
I think the biggest issue of online is just the fact that Football Manager has been for 20 years a single player game, and unless you can forge a new audience for that game, like, the multiplayer is never going to be the main proponent of it. But to justify investing into it, it needs to have an established audience which justifies the cost. And so as a result, you're in this weird.
Loves the club.
For me, at least, it'd almost be better to have an online Football Manager game that is separate to the single player one.
So was I better off saying it's the biggest issue for us? Was I being quite selfish when I say that the biggest issue that online doesn't grow from our perspective? Or maybe I'm saying it from a Showdown perspective.
I don't think my career as a creator hinges on multiplayer Football Manager. I think it'd be naive to build a career on the hope that it could get bigger.
I guess
I'm
not really debating that, though. I totally agree with you. I'd be foolish to suggest otherwise. But what I'm saying is, would it be? Do you think it would enhance if with online? And the only example I have for it definitely enhanced one type of mode, and again, it was a perfect storm of loads of things happening. But FIFA went through that. Call of Duty went through that. That when they became huge online successes, and the idea, and I've always had, I've talked about this with all of you before, the idea of how do I beat my friend at this thing is not a thing in Football Manager, but absolutely would be. It's why like Zealand's content would go like ridiculous levels of viral if Football Manager became that type of game. Is because there's no desire right now with a single player game for you to say, oh, I'm better at this, right? There's that competitive element does not exist. But as soon as you bring that in, as soon as you bring the idea of, oh yeah, he's winning this in like the weekly tournament, or he's finishing this high in a weekly tournament, how do I like improve my chances? The biggest comparable for me, fantasy football. Fantasy football is that. So, which is why there are now lots of creators within fantasy football. There are podcasts dedicated to fantasy football with the idea of finishing higher than your mates in that league table every week.
I think the tricky thing for like Football Manager just fundamentally is like you can do everything optimally and still lose. And when it comes to multiplayer games, like people don't like that feeling they've been cheated out of it. But the issue with multiplayer games is there has to be a loser in a 1v1 game. And so how do you keep someone who's playing an online game but losing 75% of the games interested in playing?
Well, 75% is interesting, isn't it? Because the same thing could be applied to fantasy football. You're not impacting what happens on the pitch, which is why
everyone's playing to the same. I guess
works.
Fundamentally with fantasy football, you pick the same team every week. Like you're going to get the same number of points. Whereas in Football Manager, I can pick the same team, same tactic, play against someone 10 times. And despite the fact that I might, on average, say win 70% of the matches, there's still that 30% of games where I've done everything I could right within my perception. and I got one of those bad 3 in 10 rolls where I lost the game. Is that fun?
You're right. Fundamentally correct.
But it's just that tricky thing, right? Where it's like, for me personally, I enjoy Football Manager as a multiplayer experience and stuff like the Showdown and like with network games and stuff. But ultimately, I don't think there's anything that they could do in multiplayer that would pull me away from playing it over the single player more.
Right.
Because that's why I play Football Manager. But from SI's perspective, it has to for it to be justify the work. That's the difficulty for them.
I guess it depends how far they're willing to go, right? Because the FIFA examples are career mode and pro clubs, and how much they can be content driven, and how that can increase playability, like sellability, all these things. But like obviously we've had the Football Manager esports conversation a lot, and again, for someone that runs the biggest tournament, I don't think Football Manager is an esport. And I, to the point that when I approach brands or sponsors come to me and they say, I would love to get involved in your esports competition, the first thing I say is, we're not esports. We're competitive gaming, but we're not esports. We're not like, we are not selling ourselves as the best Football Manager players.
I absolutely do, though. 100%.
You're the problem.
You and Kev sitting there with your trophies going, I think you'll find, actually.
Kev's actually been
best
the last 10 minutes polishing his trophy and his crown.
Yeah.
The greatest to ever do it.
Anyway, I hope people we've talked about this for about an hour. I hope people are enjoying this conversation. It's not a conversation we have.
I mean, I've spent £100 million while this has been going on.
Yeah, sorry, your highlight videos are going to be
by the way, it was like he literally just bought Thierry Rendell Correa for like $86 million.
I withdrew from Harry Kane because Real Madrid came in.
I've made no transfers in the last hour, so it's fine.
I'm waiting for August 1st.
Oh, so you signed, there were 2 signings that came across that I was like, holy, you signed Pedro Gonçalves and Thierry Rendell Correa for like a combined $150 million while we were talking.
Absolutely, I did.
It's preposterous.
Look how beautiful my squad is now.
Anyway, I find this sort of conversation fascinating.
I think that was a really interesting conversation and an important one had. I signed Phil Jones while we were talking.
No problem. Happy to bring it up. That all started with, so what's the biggest problem with Football Manager?
Yeah.
I would be fascinated to know, like, these are conversations that I've had with Football Manager to some degree. I'd be fascinated to know if they had 4 guys from their side sitting opposite us, how that conversation would look and be like. Like, we're available. Not on Thursdays, but we're available. I'll be down to have the conversation.
And that, boys and girls, is what's known as a backdoor pilot. If you enjoyed that and want us to do a podcast, let us know on Twitter.
But we're only going to talk about the really complex side of Football Manager that no one talks about. Yeah, if that becomes an article somewhere, then I'm very proud of ourselves.
The goal accomplished then at that point.
So not to end the conversation because people are loving it. What do we think Football Manager looks like in 5 years? And that's very much what we think it will personally. Like, what do we think it will look like? How different will it look from now to 2027? Will it be dramatically different? Or will it be pretty, like, again, the only thing we can compare it to, well, what was it like in 2017? Like, will it be a reason? Will it look slightly different? Will the colors be slightly different? But ultimately, it'll be the same game.
I hope that it will have taken larger steps towards multiplayer and larger steps towards, like, graphics development. And, but I don't, what I think is actually going to happen is it'll look very much like this game would look to somebody from 2017. Pretty recognizable. You'd be able to play it pretty intuitively if you play a lot of Football Manager.
Yeah. Jack?
Sorry, I was muted, so I don't know what the conversation was.
Favorite type of eggs?
Scotch.
No, I'm joking. Obviously, wasn't that. It was obviously not that. It was obviously not that. No.
Scotch egg.
It was a joke. It was a joke. Please don't do this. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
Cheers.
Please. I should have said it.
Sorry.
Were you asking what do you think Football Manager will look like in 5 years?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were
Was
going
that
to
the question?
I thought you were going eggs.
No.
I thought you were going eggs. Sorry.
What will it look like in 5 years?
Scotch immediately. Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry.
Oh no.
I started the best hour of conversation we four have ever had, and then I immediately go eggs, and Jack's like, right, well, Scotch, but if you're really asking, I mean.
Oh my goodness.
I think Football Manager in 5 years will not be that radically different. I genuinely think the future of Football Manager is just adding variety to how the stuff that's already within the game can be played. Like just more options. But I do think that one aspect of the game that was massively undercooked is the kind of commercial aspect of football. Like in the last 10 years, advertising, TV deals, the commercial side of everything has so radically changed. The value that a player can bring when they join a club, the way a superstar can become the biggest name in world football. Besides scouting a player from like Japan and your scout going, they'll bring in 1.3 million in shirt sales. There is nothing about that in Football Manager, and there just hasn't been. And whilst I don't mean that's something that you need to have direct influence over as manager, nor should be a massive factor that alters how you play, that detail ultimately adds to the world building and the simulation that Football Manager is trying to provide.
I agree.
So yeah, more commercial stuff. I
just wish you thought about it.
I could have a more of a think about and come back to you.
I was joking. No, I was joking.
I've not really thought about it.
The Scotch eggs.
The Scotch eggs, yeah.
No, I think you're right. You once made a skin, didn't you? Which include you made a mock skin.
Oh yeah, skin. I did a skin concept that had an online following rating for players.
Yeah.
The notion being that in the world of 2022,
and that was 4 years ago, I would say.
Players have clout. Like players have online followings,
yeah. How much does that take?
Social media feed. When I drop my star player, I want all his stands tweeting at me #Leeds, going, "How dare you try and sell Bruno Enrique?" And obviously that isn't something that should have a massive influence on how the game is actually played. Like, I don't want it so I'm forced to sign players with high TikTok followers for more fans to come in. But like the variety of season ticket sales and stuff
works.
like that, should be a bigger thing, right? It's a bit, to me at least, it's nice especially when you're climbing up the leagues to notice the season ticket sales year on year. I'd love to see some kind of documented area where I can see how the season ticket sales have fluctuated, how the average attendances have changed, how the club has grown off the pitch as part of the journey that I've been on. And on the flip side, how it's regressed with other football clubs. Tottenham's situation here where they've just been relegated. It'd be really interesting if you could get a better idea of how that impacts them as a football club.
Yeah.
Financially, because that doesn't really exist, right? It's like a footnote. When you sign a player from an obscure nation and there's more shirt sales. All of that stuff, more detail on shirt sales and stuff would just be cool as well. I mean, maybe that's really boring.
Harry Kane is signed for Liverpool.
Maybe people don't care about the number of shirts sold, but to me, that adds to the world building. Does anyone ever have it where you're going through the end of season review and oh, well, actually, all the fans really like this right back I'm trying to sell. Why is he suddenly the 5th highest sold shirt? The fans must really like him. I feel more stuff like that can only be a good thing to add more sentimental value to the game.
See, I feel like that sort of stuff is kind of frills, though.
But I'd rather them add that than more bloat.
I understand that. Yeah.
I mean,
in the same way that dynamic rivalries have been added to the game, there's more window dressing, more stuff that just helps you feel immersed. And a lot of it already exists. It's just not been touched in 5-10 years.
There's no way I just did that.
Liverpool have signed Kane, everyone. It's a dark day for football.
Kev brought the news.
Oh,
yeah, thanks for listening, Jack. Goodness me.
Sorry.
so essentially, when is he uploading this conversation to his channel?
Yeah, no, I sent in the thumbnail about 30 minutes ago. So we'll see if I can get it out tomorrow or...
Yeah, you mean too?
I have my mouth's wide open in it, or I want no part of it.
We'll Photoshop in a wide open mouth over your
So
mouth.
let me change the topic a little bit.
Okay.
Because I'm curious to see what
Okay.
I'm staying on the same gist, but I'm curious to see what you think.
Right.
And again, I'm curious to see what other people think as well, rather than just us. So for all the things we think they should do and can do, what's the biggest thing they have done in the last 3 to 5 years? What's the biggest fundamental change they've made?
Honestly,
that's affected you is the big question.
Oh, it's affected me. Okay.
That's changed the way that you play. Yes, Kevin, we understand. Yours is tactical resets, though. Okay. Yeah, mine is draft mode for obvious reasons.
I was gonna say, like, the draft mode is really influential. The fantasy draft thing that they like, the additions they made to fantasy draft is some of the most forward-thinking stuff I've seen from them. Like, that was very cool what they did there.
Yeah, agree.
But I'm sat here trying to think what has actually changed fundamentally in the last 5 years in the main career mode game, and I cannot think of anything that's fundamentally changed radically. Like, maybe it's a case of I've not gone back and played a game from 5 years ago, but I feel like it's always just incremental improvements, but nothing has drastically altered how I play career mode.
No. So like the written presets haven't changed anything for your tactical understanding. Data hub, you wouldn't say? Training, not on that list.
I don't think they change how I approach the game.
What about development center? I'm just trying to find one. If there isn't one, then it's fair enough.
I feel like they're just window dressing, right? A lot of these new things are just pulling information that existed elsewhere onto a new screen that makes it easier, I think, for someone who's newer to the game.
That's things like development center. Data hub was a big addition, but I feel like they didn't quite make it accessible enough, if that makes sense.
It's just the fact that you have to choose what analytics have been requested, like every save game, and then I try and reorder them and they're reset. Like, it almost just doesn't feel like it's worth the battle of sorting it.
Oh, the data hub. So you wish you had savable presets for the data hub.
Yeah, I wish I could just get a button that says show me the essentials, show me the advanced stats.
Okay. So on the team thing, when you go on the ask for, you wish you could select.
So we just sold Jose Sa, 30 years old and worse, for 28 million. We're bringing in 35 million up front, 7 million over 3 years for Andre Onana, which is crazy. That's a crazy good swap for us. A goalkeeper. Now we're set at goalkeeper. We've got Hugo Lloris for cup competitions and Onana for everything else.
Like, the UX is awful on it. Like, genuinely, it just doesn't
on the data hub. Do you think it's awful?
The user experiences, I mean, the actual data itself is wicked once you've got it set up, but the actual experience of setting it up and trying to navigate it is a nightmare. Like, are you telling me that for all the players in your squad on a per player basis, you've gone in and set up what analytics you want your staff to track?
No, you're probably right. I don't think it's awful.
I'm not saying the feature itself is awful. I'm saying the UX of it and the UI is.
But I think that makes. But I think that makes it awful. I think you are saying that makes it awful.
The contents is great. The means by which to get the contents is awful.
Okay. I'm not really agreeing.
I don't want it to look like I'm just shitting on the data hub, because I actually think all the stuff that's there is absolutely wicked, but the usability is like embarrassingly bad.
I'm not shitting on it, but now it's embarrassingly bad.
No, it is. I feel like anyone SI would hold up their hands and recognise that it could be better.
Okay. It's just, you're like, I don't upset anyone, but whoever we did this should be fine.
The thing with Football Manager is, it's like usually it's like every feature kind of takes 2 years to get right. Like, there's a year where they put it in and kind of see how people navigate it and use it. And then based on that, they then polish it and take it in a more fleshed out direction the following year. Like, I have no doubt the data hub will probably have all this preset stuff and better UX. And I also think, like, working remotely and like from home has probably had a factor on FM the last few years. I really want to believe that in the next year or two, we're going to see a big overhaul to FM, even if it's some UX and UI change for the sake of change. A bit like when they went from having the nav stuff at the top to having it on the side. Just stuff that makes it feel different.
Yeah, we've talked about that for a while, right? How different does it feel? And that's a big part of it.
They all just deafened. Okay. Oh, we were in the middle of a convo. Where is my preset here? How am I supposed to move it in? How am I supposed to move it in?
Are you complaining about columns being adjusted here?
No, I'm looking at my training.
Oh, because I was about to say I get annoyed by the fact that the columns haven't been fixed in years on like team views and stuff. That's annoying.
You just don't like the columns?
Well, no, they should just work. You can't. Everyone here who's ever tried customizing a view in FM has spent like 10 minutes wrestling trying to get everything the right size, and it's just physically impossible to get the columns on views the right size.
I'm gonna ask you a question, like a legitimate question. How do I take a training schedule and put it on the calendar?
As in, you want to import? Well, we're on
No,
a
I already
squad break
imported
right
it. I'm
now.
looking at it. No, I know, but I'm looking at the calendar like in the future.
Oh,
Schedules, import, then I have to save it.
Oh,
And then where does it pop up here?
I'm learning.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, it's just the custom schedule thing was not showing up for whatever reason.
Yeah, it is weird. I mean, fundamentally, I've realised I feel like today I've come across as just complaining a lot. I really, really like Football Manager. The reason I'm critical is because I do enjoy it, and like there is stuff that could obviously be improved.
Yeah.
Right.
That kind of applies to every game.
I just think it's the reason I started us on this sort of tangent is I think this is a conversation we have or have had off camera a lot that people would be really interested to hear.
Right.
How we, and I also think the way we think about it probably isn't the way that lots of people do think about it. So it helps them understand where we come from sometimes when we make decisions on our own content. So, you know, here we are.
I get you. That's no, it's good. How is everybody's transfer window going?
I'm just continuing, mate. But you know, I've enjoyed the chat.
I'm delighted with my transfer all day.
I've actually made transfers. I sell this. I actually have made transfers. I brought
still
in
can't
Aaron
sell
Cresswell and Jack
players that I
O'Connell.
want.
Who was the first guy that you brought in?
Aaron Cresswell, 725k.
Okay.
I sold Schottelbeck for 28 million.
You want to see
Douglas
what just
Luiz,
fell
20
down
million.
behind me?
What's happened?
Oh,
You're right, Kevin.
The
You
washing
sold
machine
somebody
was
for
shaking in
28.
my room, and something just fell off a wall. But I don't know what?
Is it your YouTube plaque? Or
Which
plaques?
one?
It's the other plaque.
See, I was
Why
going to
did
be
you
nice,
have
and
to?
then you were a knob about it. Unbelievable. That's going to be nice.
I signed Nathan Wood.
I'll leave my follow-up joke there.
It's the only others. Phil Jones and Nathan Wood. I've made huge moves.
I've signed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players this summer.
I did have a contract agreed for a lovely young midfielder from Benfica, but Gedson Fernandez turned down my deal to stay at Benfica because he has such an admiration and love for the club. So I feel like an idiot.
Okay, question for the group.
Listening.
What would Football Manager have to do this year for you to be mind blown? Like, what is something you would love to see them do, but you have no expectations they will
Premier
do it?
League license.
Put me on the cover.
Oh
Be
yeah,
on
that's
the
not
cover.
happening. That is
No,
not
I
happening.
think Kev's right. That would blow my mind.
A Premier League license would be like
The
that's-
Premier League license would be insane. Because the marketing opportunities that you get with a Premier League license. Oh, and then we'd be able to chat publicly with them. But no,
Hey!
but like, Premier League license would be insane.
This is like the thing, you know, it's like there's like a little kid going to Santa. It's like, what do you want for Christmas? They're like, I want a dragon. And they're like, no, be realistic. It's like, I want the Premier League license. Like, so what colour do you want your dragon? Like, any other like things
If they came out with like an actual graphical overhaul to the match engine, I'd be shocked.
that's what I would
Shocked.
really want.
I'll tell you how good it'd have to be. It'd have to be so good, I wouldn't know immediately if it was Football Manager or not.
But that's what I feel
Yeah,
like
but
they
that's
could
what I
and
mean,
should
like
be
an
aiming
actual graphical overhaul. But to me, and what I think we don't talk about really ever is that the reason the graphics are so bad is because they don't have name, image, and likeness rights. Right? So if you make the graphics FIFA level, then Ronaldo is going to sue you because all of a sudden that little blob doesn't look like a little blob anymore. It looks like Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Right.
Again,
So
yeah, there's a reason it's as far away as it is.
yeah. That and the fact that people play it on a toaster,
if-
but
yeah,
like, you can
it's funny,
turn the
actually.
settings down. You can optimize the settings for the
So
device.
that's one of those things that we've talked about privately, but people might not know. That's pretty much why the game is. That's why the camera angles are the camera angles. That's why there isn't a touchline camera angle. That's why there isn't a like VR level camera angle.
Isn't the player image thing like a Thief Pro thing though, rather
That
than
gets
an
them the
individual
names.
thing?
You get them the license. The
It's
likenesses.
likeness. Yeah, likeness is the word, isn't it? You can't have the license. You can't have the likeness.
I mean, I would
It's
just like
funny
some
'cause they're the
variety in
name.
stadiums. Like, I feel like the stadiums were like outsourced like 7 years ago and just haven't been touched since.
Maybe.
I mean, I tell you what, I'd really like an overhaul to the sound. Like, if you give me sound that actually makes me want to play a game, like chants in the background, drums playing, like actual. I don't want commentary.
Yeah, but that's
Like,
hard.
No one wants commentary, but like just a good audio design.
I wouldn't. I would. I would.
improved.
I would not hate commentary. I wouldn't hate it.
Depends
Like,
who's doing it. Who's doing it?
They did commentary on one of the.
now. That's why he says he likes
I'll
it.
do
There
it.
was an
Yeah.
expansion on one of the original Championship Manager where you
you'd
get like an
hate it,
extra
too.
disc that would play audio.
You wouldn't be able to do anything else, see. You'd have to have started about 4 months ago. Holy smokes. That'd be work. Every single player name.
Only
I'd like to be able to create my
395,000. It's really
version.
not that bad. And every
Can I
region
create my
name.
If I could put out my own version of the commentary.
That's
that'd
it.
be
So they do that in like Dota, where you can buy announcer packs with like different influencers having their announcers. We should all get to do our own version of the
That's
announcer
actually
pack.
that's pretty cool. Actually, I didn't know.
So,
that.
yeah, if I can just do the deadline day and just do 10 hours remaining, and every time it flicks over, it does that for someone. That'd be great.
I'll just do different versions of someone's name and then yeah, and then just every single one.
Goal music. Goal music would be sick. That'd be good. I'm a fan of goal music. I know people don't approve of goal music, but I don't mind it.
I'd like to be able to play as a director of football in Football Manager.
They'll never do that. You know they'll never do that.
I know that. To be clear, I don't actually want that. I think it would be really boring.
Wait, why am I selling in Bundy? I don't actually want to. Oh god. Oh.
Like, I mean, the feature that would make me blow my mind if they did it is allow you to manage B teams. The amount of times I see people go, I want to manage B teams, or well, no, people want to manage youth teams
Yeah,
to start
youth
the career. I'm
teams.
sat
Yeah,
thinking,
youth teams.
have you ever managed a B team? Go if you're one of those people who's been like, I'd love to be an under 16s coach.
Oh well, don't upset those people. There's lots of
Go
those
on.
people.
Go and manage a B team, and then tell me if it's fun. It's not fun. It's boring.
But realistically, Jack,
It's kinda boring.
I would start at an under 18 level. I don't know, I'm Kev.
Shouldn't be
I would
managing the
start
under
at
18s. You should just be coaching them.
I want to be
Yeah.
a coach. I want to just turn up and go, right, we're doing quickness training today for a week.
there are lots of people that think that starting at like an under 18s and having no ability to do anything would be fun.
Yeah, those people are insane.
I'm just not one of those people.
You could be they should do an assistant manager mode where you give advice to the manager and then you're like, we're being dominated in the middle. But it's we're overcrowded in the midfield and now then the roles reversed and they're telling you to f off when you're giving a bad suggestion.
The people that want to do that want to do the whole journeyman career, but realistic journeyman career where you start as like a, assistant coach for the U17s or whatever, and you work your way up. Those are the people that want to be able to do that stuff. Somebody wants to start as a ball boy. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be
you
great
really
for
wanna
not
do
being
that-
able to do transfers or pick your own tactics.
But if you really want to do that, go and manage youth football. There's a lack of coaching for youth football in the world. Feel
Well,
free.
it goes back to my original idea that you have to get your national B to actually manage in Football Manage.
But like,
Yeah,
I genuinely think that's if people are that passionate about wanting to start at like the lowest point of football coaching, you should actually go and like start doing it at like a junior level. There are so many people that would want you to offer your services for that. Believe me.
We are less than a week away from the coffee cup if we press continue a lot.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Would you look at that?
I mean, I'm not being funny. I've got 74 million still to spend.
Oh, get it spent. I've spent like 300 million while you lot have been waffling.
My first team is still 30 players big, so I still need to get rid of people before I can sign anyone.
I know people are saying that they'd have to interact with real people, but that like there'd probably be a lot of benefits to that.
Be fun.
I definitely
Maybe.
recommend it. Some of the sports coaching in my late teens, I would love to go back into it. I'm just waiting for my child to be old enough to justify me doing it again. But no, it's definitely something I would recommend people get into. And again, there is a huge lack of passionate coaches, I would say, rather than frustrated parents that tend to do a lot of the coaching for young football teams.
Will Lucha ever get a work permit?
And that is how you start on. Like, I know plenty of people that have started coaching at like a certain level, and then over the course of 10 to 20 years have built up to be like actual fully fledged coaches, scouts, all sorts of like academy roles that exist for coaching. Like, it takes a lot of time, and you have to be super passionate about it. But like, it's such a wholesome, worthwhile endeavor if it's something you actually wanted to pursue.
I'm all about wholesome endeavors.
Or like equally, if people are trying to get into, like, sorry, I feel like I'm talking for the FA here. If you want to get into that sort of thing, I do recommend doing like a referees course and things like that as well. Like, these are things I did in my early to late teens that I wish I'd carried on and had like the facilities to carry on doing, really, but haven't. And if you love Football Manager and you love that element of Football Manager, I definitely think that could equally be like part of an escape. I suspect there are lots of Football Manager players that already do this as well, actually.
Yeah.
Like,
thoughts?
But equally, it's good. It's so good.
So in my chat's come up with an amazing idea, which is real-time Football Manager. Where you're only allowed to play an hour, like a day. Like, you play for it with everyone else in the world.
This sounds like something we should absolutely do.
Saturday at 3:00, you actually go and physically sit down and watch the game in full with another manager in a call, like shouting obscenities.
That's what this
Deadline day
thing is like that Tom NFT keeps going on about.
Deadline day would be intense when it's like actually an hour left and you're trying to write messages to the other manager trying to sign their players.
I'm supposed to be on there at 6:00 every day. I've not played a game yet because every game is at 6:00. It's ridiculous.
Can't believe we made it to July.
I mean, it's easy, Tiger.
We did. Stunned.
Oh, we have. We have. Can we save, Kev? I don't know when the last save was. Probably recently, but I just feel like for everyone's own peace of mind,
Petrified.
a save would be good.
Mate,
Someone just said the network game is real-time FM, isn't it?
Fuck.
Close.
Someone said that they started like they did like football coaching and referee courses when they were younger, and now they're football analysts. That job role is becoming more and more sought after. There's two roles within football that are becoming really like sought after right now, and it's content driven and it's analytical driven content, like for clubs to use or for social teams to utilize. And neither are being done to like a high enough level across all like aspects or all elements of the game, but there definitely will be in the next 10 years.
I think the challenge there is the real money that's being made is in the people who are producing the analytical products that clubs buy.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
A lot of the intelligent people who would want to use that, like.
But then the analysts come from club to club, right? So
yeah, but what I'm saying, I think there's a lack of people that if you're sort of looking to get into that area, like analysts in general are massively underpaid.
Oh yeah,
for what they contribute, and so if you're looking to do a career in that, you're better off working on the product rather than with the product.
I'm saying in 10 years they'll be far more valuable. So if it's something you're looking to get into right now, then I think
like being an analyst, that's what you're.
Yeah. I think they will become in the same way like in America, right? You will know better than me, Z, but they are. Like some analysts in America are paid extraordinarily well.
Well, that's I think the head of that curve is the sport baseball. Baseball is super into that, and like some of the highest paid people at teams are like mathematicians,
and equally have huge teams under them as well, right? Like it's a massive.
Yeah, they put together an entire. It's a cottage industry of baseball analytics, and everybody's trying to come up with the new best stat that they can use to like point out to find the best players. Like one of the newer ones was like wins above replacement, so it's this really complex stat that then provides you a number of how many wins this player provided you above an average replacement player. It's like all that stuff.
Heckin' love advanced stats.
I love that.
Hey, thanks for raiding over United City. I hope you had a good stream. We're having some very deep, intense conversations about Football Manager and the footballing world. I honestly, I also really love analytics. I think there's always something interesting that analytics can tell us.
Yeah. Well, the showdown has got like an exponential more amount of data. If you guys have come in to help us with that, and the things they've been able to pull out and talk to me about are insane. Absolutely insane.
I'm glad that you're using the data well.
I mean, it's not for me. What do you mean?
Oh, I mean, as in the way you phrased it, said they're bringing me all this data, but then you lost every game. Made it sound like you were given the data and then did badly with it.
I meant as a company, we're using it for production.
Real Madrid have bid a lot of money on Strike at centre back.
There's so much people haven't seen yet.
He's not as good as the amount of money they're offering to pay me, but do I want to have to replace him?
Well, I think I've completed my transfer business, gentlemen. If we could holiday through to the first day of the season, that would be super.
Oh, he's gonna hate me.
Right. Emi is going to be annoyed because I've just agreed to sell him for 9 points or 12.
Might just leave the game open when I'm on holiday in a few weeks, so you can finish the transfer window without me.
In game, I've still got the resign emote face. It just popped up for the first time in a while on an inbox site, but it's caught me off guard.
Good times.
The Emmy Bundia offers fallen through.
Yeah, it's not just you. I've just
you're just shafting everyone around Emmy Bundia.
Yeah,
right now.
Forgetting. I was on autopilot and I accepted the deal. Right, everything's working out. Yeah. I still have no money in the balance is so bad. Oh dear. Right.
Would it be bad to sign a 40-year-old because I like the picture in game that they have of them wearing a cap?
I mean, I think you've answered. I think you know the answer.
He isn't bad. Amarildo.
I don't think he's good enough to play in the Prem.
He's playing in a league in Portugal that just isn't a league.
Sign him.
I don't think it's a good use of my money.
Sign him, you coward. Sign him.
Still can't adjust the freaking budgets, dudes. Everything takes 85 years with the work permits. We can't adjust the freaking budgets, and so we have to walk away from Giacomo Raspadori, who is an outstanding striker. And I would love to bring in Raspadori, put him with Nketiah, put him with the young Portuguese guy that we have, and then we've had such a great collection of forwards to use, such incredible depth. 3 forwards, but like I know he was going to want a lot of money. He's an Italian national team forward, but I mean, we have so much money in the transfer budget that we are not going to use, essentially. And we're about to get more of it with the sales going. Like, I need some wage budget. I need Jordao and Daniel Podence work permits to go through. I need Jose Sa to go through. I need these transfers to go through. We're waiting on work permits for De Paula, for Gonzalo Ramos, for Matias Vinha. We're going to be waiting on work permits for Andre Onana. We're going to get Nketiah right away because thank goodness he's English. But like, we just got to hang out. But the problem is Giacomo Raspadori is not going to wait. You know, I mean, I guess he has more interest in going to AC Milan anyways, so we were very unlikely to get him. But hey, all right. Oi. Did I miss him on this? Okay.
Strange bunch of transfers. Sealand's up to.
What am I doing?
Weird transfers. That's what you're doing.
I'm up to weird transfers.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Okay.
Weird.
My weird transfers. Am I making you uncomfortable over there with my unusual transfer activity?
It's just weird. You're in the Champions League, but you've not signed any Champions League quality players. That's weird.
Well, I mean, I've only signed 2 players, so.
That's also weird.
I'm just kind of curious to know who you're looking at.
I'm just looking at the transfers you've actually already made.
Oh yeah, no, I've made 2 signings, and that's it. Made 2 signings.
Qualifies for Champions League, signs Hugo Lloris and Phil Jones.
And Nathan Wood.
Oh, how can I forget about that?
He's actually pretty good. Nathan Wood's actually pretty good.
Never played a Premier League game. Fantastic.
Dang it, Kim
Like I
Yu
said,
Song wouldn't
it's
get
weird.
Just tried to get a work permit for somebody from North Korea. It's worth a shot.
I feel like you'd like to sign Maitland-Niles. I think he'd fit nicely in at Wolves.
Is that it? Maitland-Niles is the move, you're telling me?
I think so.
Okay.
Only 24 million.
Only, what, 24 million? Is that?
Mm. Thierry Small. Oh. Do a football, young man. You're not going to play a lot. But you're here. That's the main. Right, what's Ben doing? Let's go and...
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
He's looking at Dwight McNeil, who is smiling back at him.
He's looking at Dwight McNeil. What a time to be alive.
He's making a big boy offer for Dwight McNeil. 30 million English pounds.
Sterling?
Oh, he's going higher.
Oh.
40 million nearly.
Oh.
Kevin,
Jack.
find me a centre back because you're so good at the game.
I mean, easy. Hold on then. Let's find you a centre back.
Thank you, mate.
Lisandro Martinez. Boom. Job done.
Have you just gone for the highest value centre back that you can see?
Oh, I've just gone to my director of football and asked for 3 centre backs. One of them is Struick, which probably wouldn't be a helpful recommendation.
No, you know
to you.
what?
You could get Andreas Christensen. He's available at Chelsea.
I'll be honest, it's not helped me, that option.
I mean, it would do. Any of them would help you. This is what I mean. You lot are weird with your transfers. He improves your team, so sign him. See? It's easy.
I don't think he does improve my team, though.
You know nothing, though.
Mbappe's a must-scouted player. Maybe I should just sign Mbappe.
I can't believe you're overlooking Killian, to be honest with you.
I know. It's taken me a few hours.
Yeah, what a player right there. What a player.
I don't know. I'm just going to sit here and sulk.
There's loads of centre backs available. I'm looking. Oh, he's gone now. There you go. That's who he should sign. He won't. That's who he should sign. That's who I'd sign if I was looking for a centre back right now. 16 million. Bet he doesn't sign him though. That is the correct signing for Jack. Everyone go and tell him, as he is muted. What did that take?
You
Two
think
and a
I
half
should?
minutes?
I could use another center back. You think I should steal him?
Do it.
Umar
Show
Sola.
Jack there are show Jack there are centre backs available.
Because I got Wood. I've got Weber.
That's good to hear. He really wants Umar Sule, apparently, boys and girls.
Who does?
That might have been British humour.
Oh no,
translate
that's not
you rascals over there.
That's not as a not as colloquially used in the U.S. Yeah, there you go. Kev's got jokes today.
Hey,
Okay, what's happened?
Kev's got jokes today.
What did he do?
it was good.
Can you
It was
repeat
a
it?
long
was
thing.
good.
You had to be there in the moment, really.
Will it work if you repeat it? I'm excited.
We'd have to play out the whole conversation
No,
again. It was
not really.
situational.
Yeah.
It wasn't a
my
knock
moment.
joke.
Ah,
Is anyone going to tell Jack who to sign? Just to hurry things along.
I'm actually signing. So I've made a choice to sign someone for 35 million. I'm excited. My squad is kind of set. My non-European team is very much set.
Dave's just come in to say hello.
As a party,
Afraid not.
what a peculiar situation. you find yourself
Afraid not.
There you go. I'm alerting Jack to the presence of him by making an offer myself.
in. Who's this?
Jack asked who he should sign at center back. Like asked
Jack
Kev.
said, "There's no centre backs available, Kev. You find me one." You're
No,
so smart, so I found him one, and now he's not signing him.
I had Soleil signed and turned it down to stick with Consa. I had it all signed and agreed, and then I cancelled it.
Well, now I'm going to sign him to spite
sign
Jack.
Oh, okay. I don't mind who signs him. I don't think he's nowhere near as good as I've seen other versions of him, so I'm not getting him for that reason. I've had some really good versions of him,
Might need to sign him.
but I don't think he's quite.
I do
good.
like Umar Saleh, great player.
Do you?
Yeah, see, I told you there was
There he
players
goes,
out
yeah.
there for you.
Great player.
That took moments to identify the player you should just go and sign.
Here's the issue, Kevin. He's worth 16 million. I've got 73 million. I feel like I should be like looking bigger.
Oh, you can buy more than one player. That's in the rules.
No. We don't do that here. It's one in, one out. It's like Noah's Ark.
Do you want a really overpriced player? You didn't give me those criteria. I'll find you someone really expensive then.
Thank you, Kevin.
I already gave you Lissandro Martinez as an option. It's expensive. If you want to spend the whole budget, buy him.
Jordan Pickford for 70 million. Are you actually? You're for all I know, Newcastle's going to show up with $70 million and actually buy him. Never mind.
That's what's going for Soleil. I had him for 12.5. Did I make a mistake?
Lorenzo Luca looks really good.
He is really good. I can't loan him out.
I'll take him.
The only teams you want him are teams in the second division of leagues that don't help him get a work permit. I'm fine. I'm not upset.
It sound fine.
Ben, how much would Declan Rice?
We might be able to move. Where is he? We might be able to. Oh my God, am I blind? Where is Yason? Yason. What about Darasketa? We get an offer for him? Only recently signed with Wolves. Whatever. It's January, dude. Get over it. So what if we moved Yason Guzman and then we use that? I mean, if we get 70 million for Yason Guzman, we're probably not. The first offer had a monetary value of 45 million from Tottenham, and I don't think he'd want to go to Tottenham in the Championship. But considering we signed Yason Guzman for 1.5 million last year, we move him along for like 60, 70 million, and then we go get another brilliant like midfielder to help it. Yusuf Yazici, somebody that comes to mind, is like just an absolute stud. Like there are options. There are options. There are moves.
Donald did have good heading, didn't hold him back.
If you promise to play him at centre back, 75 million.
I might have found a better alternative. I know it's a lot.
So
I don't know what to do.
You just turned Sole down because he wasn't enough. Just sign someone, for goodness sake.
It's very stressful, Kevin, and
No,
I don't
it's not. It's really
You're
easy.
upping my stress levels, please. My watch is telling me to calm down. Please calm down, Kevin.
You were just complaining this game is too easy.
My watch is telling me that I'm stressed.
You give it a 3.
Budget's too
Please stop
high.
shouting
I'll
at
be
me.
honest, I'm quite stressed now. Well, Harry Kane went to Liverpool.
Yeah, he did.
Breaking news.
Somehow,
Also,
all
I thought
three
that
of you
about
guys have
Lucio.
said that at
Yeah.
a different point. You've gone, oh, Harry Kane went blue.
Yeah.
We really listen to each other.
I'm pretty sure I called that about a month ago in game, but finally it happened. These are the things. So hang on, Liverpool must have players they need to get rid of now. If Harry Kane's joining them,
See, Jack doesn't want to loan Luca to me. I was trying to help.
You're not going to help him get a work permit, are you?
You didn't say that. You just said you wanted to loan him out. I made a loan offer. I was trying to speed things along.
the ultimate.
You've wasted my time. You've wasted your own time, and worst of all, you've wasted the viewers' time.
I'm not wasting my own time. I can only go through my finance page slowly so many times on this stream.
These are the things.
I've had a lovely time today.
I very much enjoyed the conversation.
Scott Chegg was a personal highlight.
Leicester have slid in there as well. Leicester have got Isco.
Leicester have got a good team, which makes it even more impressive how bad they were this past year.
Mate, Newcastle is such a mishmash of your three teams. Your three.
Love Newcastle.
Yeah, it's just where we send the players we don't want anymore.
I wish Newcastle loved me.
I'm just waiting for Luca Dean to go there.
Like, Newcastle, I just want to just shout at them. Hello! Come and buy one of my players for way too much money, please. Very annoying. I'm still standing.
Oh, I haven't continued. What a monster.
Oh, it's so bad for me in the showdown. I can't even bring myself to bid. Even if I think he's good, I can't do it. Yeah. Oh, that's very reasonable of you, Kev.
I'm a reasonable man.
No, I don't. Thanks, mate. Oh, James Milner's dubious about negotiating. I shall walk away. Jack, go get him, please.
No, thank you, Jeff.
Leeds, though. Homegrown.
He's not homegrown. We established his last stream. It was bugged.
Wait, he's not homegrown?
Yep. That was the thing I was complaining about last stream. I was like, he's not listed as homegrown.
Oh, you were complaining about that.
I complain about a lot of things. So you know what? I don't blame you
I
for
was
losing.
trained him.
He's a self-made man.
He didn't train at any club.
He played Wally with himself till he was 19 and he was of age.
Is he the only player in the game who doesn't have a club trainer? What did
No
any
idea.
This is the only player. No, probably not.
Every other player seems to have it. Wait, literally every player. I was expecting to see like half of them just wouldn't have teams. Every player has. Oh no! Who's that? Leon Bailey has never trained.
Lazy toad.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness we
Did not
found him.
train at a club. We found one. We found one. Strange.
Oh,
Maybe he didn't need training.
Kev, he's good, man. I like him.
Yeah.
So you're selling Pickford then? Is that what I'm?
Trying to.
Does that become your starting goalkeeper if Pickford moves?
Possibly. I've signed someone else as well.
So you perused
Massa.
my transfer business. I suppose I'll peruse yours. You signed. No, yeah, you haven't signed a keeper.
Yeah, it was the end of last season.
Oh, okay.
So I'll have a couple of options.
Juan Musso. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm planning on having a couple of options as well. We'll see how it all. Oh, actually, well.
Touch.
Just keep on waiting on the work permits.
Blimey,
What position do you want next, Jack? I'll find them for you as well.
I
Let's get this moving along.
I found my boy.
Who's your boy?
I can't say that publicly.
Of course you can.
Anthony from Ajax.
Oh, Mark Anthony.
Wait, he's injury prone and inconsistent and has a competitive streak. Absolutely not. Not for me.
That all sounds fine.
You've got Boris.
Cancel.
Yeah, why are you looking to sign somebody when you have Boris and Ciala out there?
You've got Boris, mate. And Rafina's still
Trying to
there.
get rid of Boris, and he won't.
Just use
Why did you sign him, you numbskull?
Enrique and Rafina are good enough, mate. What's your problem?
He just didn't develop. He just didn't develop.
It's
By the way, this whole
He's
Anthony
16.
thing. No, he's not made it. He's failed as a footballer. He should go and be a bricklayer or something.
As if you've got Camavinga. That's weird, isn't it? Glenn Kamara, I can't believe this.
There must be other good Brazilians, right?
Are you in the national team?
Yes.
I'll sell you Richarlison for 100 million.
No.
Gerson's good.
The offer was there.
He doesn't play where you'd want him to.
No.
Oh, Lucas Paqueta's really good still. Not very fast. Jesus was listed by City earlier. Oh,
The
yeah.
Gabby.
I quite like Vinicius Junior, but I think he's out of my price range.
Yes.
To be
You'll
clear,
leave.
I'm not talking down to bricklayers. It's a very skilled job, but like I just feel like it's a job that someone who fails at football might go to.
Holy
Sounds,
Trade.
sounds like you're having a go at them.
No, I'm not being funny. Tradespeople are
Like to
laughing.
you.
While everyone else
You do a
goes
day
to
as a bricklayer, Jack.
Are you having a go? Yeah.
whilst everyone else goes to
sixth
sixth form and pays for university, tradespeople make a killing.
You
and I
literally
respect
just
it.
sit in a chair all day.
I was going to say, when the last time you did anything, eh?
Never.
Don't even have a job, scoundrel. Sit there playing video games all day.
Oh, I
Right.
know, that's it.
Just not true. I have had a real job.
I'm a union man.
Unbelievable.
All you do is play Football Manager all day, every day.
That is my job. It's great.
Come on, okay, good.
All that job.
So one of my
Real
chats
job,
having a
is
go.
it?
It's one of my chats just read having a go at SI all day. Now he's going for the brickies. That's me.
Well, actually, if you want to get on Football Manager and bricks, then I'm quite happy to talk about this at length. The bricks in Football Manager in the background or corners of stadiums are abysmal, and something needs to be done. They're either not in proportion or they're texturally incorrect, and both are annoying me.
I can't stand a texturally incorrect brick.
No, I admit that. It keeps me up at night.
Let me
Does it
tell
bother
you.
anyone else on the
I
main
toss,
menu
I
screen?
turn.
The plug sockets aren't localized for the team that you're managing. They are always English plugs.
Where is the
Right. This is the
Because that's really
Do
upsetting.
you want to know the
Like,
funny?
if I'm managing in Europe, I want European plug sockets on the main menu.
Don't you have to be off to do this podcast, Ben? Goodness me.
Like, if you insist on having UK plugs, like at least put like a little plug adapter that looks like someone's travelled with UK chargers and ended up in that country.
If that's the one new feature this year, I'm going to be furious.
That's the one thing I want them to do,
Someone
which they
sent
won't.
this stream to SI because it was so informative, and that's the one
try
takeaway.
that.
We can do that one.
You're not going to put it on the forums, mate. You know what I think of you. So.
We're localizing the plugs.
I used to be the person
Right.
who read through the forums.
Mr. Shannon, one more continue. Let's wrap it.
That's all
My
you got.
child is downstairs crying, so I need to go and assist. Not his own, to be clear. I'm not left from there.
Understood.
I just want to see if Soleil signs for Meal Z. Oh, he hates big matches and is unadaptable.
Who cares? Sign him anyway.
Yes, I'm doing the Road to Legends chat show on Twitch this evening. I will certainly be saying that you three will all do it, so no pressure.
They want us to do it. They should probably not do it on Thursday evenings. Would be my suggestion.
True.
Good shout.
All right, I could set my training camp. Excellent. Bum, 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 bum.
Well, how many days did we make it through today? Did anyone keep
I
track?
don't want to know. I don't want to know.
At least a
don't wanna
week, I reckon,
No, we started on the. I think we started on the 19th.
of July.
No, certainly not of July.
Oh, training camp. Hooray.
No offers for Boris.
Are we all going into the same place? That'd be fun.
Oh, we should be
I
Yeah,
can't
you're gonna
remember.
go visit
I can't
Z.
remember
I'm
where
staying in
I'm
Z's
I'm going to China.
mansion.
Oh, yeah, my mansion.
I'm going to Ireland.
I think
and look to this.
Germany. Yeah, I said Germany because I didn't think it deserves a trip further away. So we're not having a holiday. We're going to Berlin. Absolutely not that Berlin's not a holiday. Started on the 14th of June. It has been confirmed.
There
Oh,
you go.
great progress.
3 weeks. Oh, it's my birthday.
All right, continue.
My
We can't end on his
No, wait.
birthday. Get out. Get us forward,
Fewer
Zealand.
than an hour a week. Wowzers. All right, boys. Until next time.
All right.
In a
Yep.
bit.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
See ya. I'm just gonna select my training camp squad real quick. Willie Bali's still away, but we can deal with that later. Vitinha, Risqueta, Vuzic, Nathan Wood, Neto is not currently negotiating a deal, so we might as well bring him. Hugo Lloris, Jorge Sanchez away at the Gold Cup, fun. Podence is negotiating a transfer away, so we won't bring him. Mateus Francia, okay. I think that was a good stream overall. Kev certainly hits it very hard early in those transfer windows, but you know we made some good signings. I think that we realized that we didn't have the reputation and the firepower to sign some very important players, but we did get Andre Onana. He was a massive improvement in the goalkeeper position, and we're getting him for essentially $7 million over the top of selling Jose Sa, so it's kind of perfect that way. And we're building a team that can play in Europe. I think people will be surprised when we start the season how good we're able to be in both competitions because we are going to have such an outrageously deep team. We go too deep at essentially every position. Even at striker, we've got Nketiah and Gonzalo Ramos, who just won player of the tournament at the U23 Euros or whatever it was. And so we put together, we've added strength in the midfield. We've added strength and depth at center back, right, by getting Nathan Wood and then Phil Jones, who's got the experience. He'll play like 4 games this year, but that'll be invaluable because he's a born winner that's going to help us out. But we've got the World Cup simulation tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are going to wrap up the stream, though, today. We're going to raid somebody, so let's go make somebody's day. Go hop in to a football manager stream somewhere. Where might we be going? Let's raid this lad. Sir Alex Ferguson Challenge Season 2. All right. Well, we're coming in hot. Get your copy pasta ready. Get your copy pasta ready. So we'll have Hugo Lloris for the cups. We'll have Andre Onana doing the actual league stuff. We'll have 3 goalkeepers we don't hate because if it's Vuzic, we also like. And we're going to raid this. Do we got our copy pasta? We have a... What's the pasta? What is the pasta? Thank you to everybody that subbed. I know that once we started that long conversation about Football Manager and stuff, I kind of lost track of thanking people for subscriptions, but it means a ton. Mombot gifted 6 subs as well. I see that. Thank you so much for that, Mombot. We got our copy pasta. Right. Okay. Great. Great copy pasta. I'll see you tomorrow for the conclusion of the 2022 World Cup simulation. It's gonna be wild.
Double check. Ooh. Oh shit, what's that rate of 900 people? Jesus Christ. Jeez. Woo. Hey, Z.
All right. Let's watch the stream there for a second. Word of the day. My apologies. So the word of the day is opportune.
Opportune.
OPPORTUNE. Opportune means suitable or convenient for a particular situation or occurring at an appropriate time. It's an opportune time to invest in the stock market. Cool. See you at the end of the stream for another word of the day.